Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. After seeing and understanding what kind of world this was through the qualification token, Hanfei was not very determined to complete the mission. As the saying went, sharpening the knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. In Hanfei's opinion, these 3 missions weren't difficult. Even if he wanted to find the demonic source, how could he not find it with the vast ocean navigator? Now, Hanfei was very curious. These strange demonic plants were like blooming flowers, offering the black water droplets they condensed as sacrifices. However, the moment Hanfei saw the water droplet, he knew that it was not anything good. It was full of evil and looked like it was condensed from the so-called ominous aura. The monster that came from underground in the distance didn't show up after it came to this area. Instead, hundreds of thousands of straw-like tentacles emerged from the soil. The tentacles stretched out and seemed to be able to sense where the black water droplet was. They quickly found the right place. However, when the tentacles absorbed the black water droplet, they would feed some strange spores to the demonic plants that were then quickly absorbed by the demonic creatures. Hanfei clearly sensed that after these demonic plants obtained the strange spores, some strange hybrid plants immediately grew on their bodies. Suddenly, there seemed to be a special demonic plant among the demonic plants in this area. Because it sacrificed more black water droplets, thousands of roots suddenly burst out of the demonic plant, piercing through the surrounding 30-odd demonic plants and quickly extracting the vitality and energy in their bodies. As the surrounding demonic plants slowly withered, the aura of this demonic plant began to undergo a slight metamorphosis. Its momentum was increasing, and it probably wouldn't take long for it to directly transform into a establishment realm demonic plant. Hanfei couldn't help but tremble. The demonic plant made a breakthrough so easily? What exactly did the thing underground feed them? This transformed demonic plant must have accumulated enough energy and received the strange nourishment, so it made a breakthrough. Its breakthrough didn't cause the other demonic plants and demonic creatures around to attack it. It was as if it had reached the breakthrough first and then no other demonic plants could compete with it. At this moment, Hanfei sensed that the creature that was digging underground seemed to want to leave. But how could Hanfei let it? Hanfei took out his fishing hook, which immediately sank into the black mud. On the other side, dozens of God-sealing spears appeared around Hanfei. With the experience of being sneak attacked by the heavenly race in the 3rd round of the qualifiers, Hanfei forged tens of thousands of God-sealing spear in case of emergencies. At this moment, 36 of them shot out all at once. Roar! Bang! Hanfei had thought that this method was foolproof. No matter how strong the creature underground was, it was only in the sky-opening realm. How strong could it be? However, when his fishing hook caught it, the thing exploded. No, to be precise, it dispersed with a bang like a mass of ants. Clank, clank, clank. However, the God-sealing spears followed it closely, so this demonic creature didn't spread out much before being sealed by Hanfei in that area. At this moment, the demonic plant had already broken through the soil and Hanfei had seen its true appearance. It was a centipede monster with a human head and a centipede body made of various spores and demonic plants. Ew! Although Hanfei had seen many deformed monsters, he had never seen one that looked so deformed. If it was just a centipede, it would be fine, and even if it was a human-faced centipede, it wasn't a big deal either. However, it was F*King made of plants, and its body was covered with thousands of different demonic plants, like a mixture of plants. In Han Fei's eyes, information immediately appeared. Name: Mutated 100 Herb Demon. Introduction: a demonic plant living in the dark demon domain. Due to being contaminated by the ominous power, it underwent serious mutation and became a mutated 100 Herb Demon. They devour all foreign species and continue to transform by absorbing the ominous power obtained by ordinary 100 Herb demons. After absorbing the ominous power, they will feed back evolution spores and parasitize them into countless ordinary 100 Herb demons, making them become a part of them. There is a large amount of ominous aura in their bodies. Only the pure life origin crystal in their hearts is the cure. Level 106. Quality Rare. Realm: Sky Opening. Ominous Aura contained 306 wisps. Battle Techniques: Poison Assault, Parasitic, Demon Devouring, Life Absorption, Energy Absorption, Life Stealing Technique. Collectible: Life Origin Crystal. Absorbable. Note: in this world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He thought that this centipede monster was only here to collect rent, but it turned out that while collecting rent, it had parasitized many other 100 Herb demons and made them all part of its body. Besides, it had too many combat skills. None of the 6 combat skills felt normal. The body of the 100 Herb demon turned into independent demonic plants one after another. Then, Han Fei felt that all the demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers began to move. The ordinary demonic plants began to entangle and fuse with each other. After a moment, Han Fei saw a huge humanoid 100 Herb demon appear. This humanoid 100 Herb demon, with 6C establishment realm 100 Herb demons as the core, attracted tens of thousands of 100 Herb demons to fuse with its body, forming a huge mutated monster. Damn it! Can plants be played like this? If Little White saw this, she must probably be greatly inspired. At this moment, within 1,000,000 kilometers, all the demonic plants and demons went crazy. The vines and roots that filled the sky blocked Han Fei's way out, and even drilled into the void. It was the same scene within 1,000,000 kilometers. This was the first time Han Fei had seen such a terrifying scene. He looked solemn because there were too many vines and roots. When they swept across the sky, Han Fei didn't know how to wipe out so many demonic plants in this range. Infinity water turned into a knife tide, creating a knife storm tens of thousands of kilometers away, protecting Han Fei. But what made Han Fei even more speechless was that the roots and vines exploded in the sky, turning into colorful smoke. Han Fei knew that it was not smoke, but a kind of spore plant or pollen. Once he was contaminated by it, he was very likely to be poisoned, possessed, had his vitality stolen, and had his energy stolen. Once that happened, he would be in a passive defensive situation. Therefore, he was actually not fighting a 100 Herb demon in the sky-opening realm, but countless demonic plants in an area. Immediately, Han Fei understood the significance of the 4th round of missions. It seemed to be a simple mission, but in fact, it was much more difficult than he had imagined. This made Han Fei suddenly realize that in the 4th round, not only would there be a 20% chance of death, but it was very likely that half of the participants would be eliminated. Therefore, the number of people who could complete these 3 missions might be even fewer than he had imagined. With a thought, Han Fei used the sacrificing punch to penetrate 60,000 kilometers of the void. After 3 punches, he arrived beside the huge demonic plant. The infinity water turned into water droplets and immediately attached to the huge demonic plant monster. Bang! The infinity water exploded, and the terrifying explosion swept out for more than 100,000 kilometers. The huge demonic plant monster that had just formed was pierced through and exploded into powder. Within 100,000 kilometers, all its tentacles and roots were destroyed. There were still some things such as pollen left, but Han Fei had already set up a large array to protect himself. This explosion stunned most of the demonic plants and demonic creatures here. It seemed that they had never suffered such great damage. At the moment they froze, Han Fei stood proudly in the void and shouted, "Void descending." Buzz. Tens of thousands of Han Fei appeared in all directions, and there must be one Han Fei every 10,000 kilometers. These Han Fei held the god-sealing spears and pressed down. Immediately, the riot here disappeared, and a large number of demonic plants blurred, desperately resisting the suppression of the god-sealing spears. How could Han Fei stop? He continued to summon the infinity water and swept this million kilometers inch by inch. It was not until nearly 6 hours later that Han Fei mashed everything in this place. And on Han Fei's qualification token, it appeared. See Establishers, 17. In the end, only the mutated 100 herb demon was left. Because it had lost most of its strength and lackeys, it was already quite dispirited and its strength had probably plummeted. Frowning, Han Fei held the phoenix feather violent saber in his hand. Under the burning flames, the mutated 100 herb demon let out a shrill scream. Han Fei cut open its body and took out a fist-sized dark green crystal of life. Origin. This piece was probably worth a lot of small pieces. However, when Han Fei took the life crystal, he found that the mutated 100 herb demon didn't die immediately. Huh? Han Fei observed it and discovered something that surprised him. That was, the body of this mutated 100 herb demon was breaking inch by inch. Every time it broke, it turned into a separate 100 herb demon as if it had nothing to do with this mutated 100 herb demon. It was exactly because of this that this mutated 100 herb demon wasn't really dead. It was still alive. Han Fei pierced it through repeatedly. He took out a total of 103 small life origin crystals. Finally, on the qualification token, it showed, Sky Opener, 1. Huh? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. His perception seemed to be able to penetrate the ground now. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue. Reading tomorrow, everyone, winking face asterisk asterisk. Translator asterisk Kenyi Translations Editor asterisk Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was quite delighted that his perception could penetrate the surface, because many treasures were hidden underground. It seemed that this place was occupied by a large number of demonic creatures, so they blocked his perception. However, when Han Fei spread his perception down, he only found a large number of intertwined roots of demonic plants. They were too dense and deep, leaving Han Fei dumbfounded. Oh! Is there a spiritual fruit underground? After a while, Han Fei discovered that in some areas, there were earth veins forming and earth veins spring water and spiritual fruits growing. In some places, there were strange mineral veins, but not many of them. Besides, no spiritual stones were found here. There was no telling if there was a spiritual stone mine here. However, Han Fei found a special mine that contained a trace of ominous power. This mine was relatively soft and had many holes in its body. When Hanfei dug up the mine, he found that there were some fruits called ominous fruits in it. This thing could actually remove the ominous power in the body. It seemed that where there was poison, there was an antidote. But this poison and its antidote were too close to each other. Wait, the land here is so full of vitality. Hanfei sensed the changes in the surrounding vitality. The vitality here had clearly increased. At first, Hanfei thought it was because of the earth vein spring water, but when he dug again, he found nearly 1,000 square meters of mystic yellow soil. Hanfei took a deep breath. Shoot! Mystic yellow soil? Gulp. Hanfei swallowed. The 10,000 scale monarch often rewarded others with mystic yellow soil, and only under special circumstances would he reward them with more than 5 pieces. Each piece of mystic yellow soil was only the size of a brick, and 10 pieces added up to less than 1 square meter. However, mystic yellow soil could make the land of the origin stars fertile and full of vitality, making the origin stars more like primitive stars. He only got a hill-like piece of mystic yellow soil in the ruins of gods, but it was only 1 or 2 times more than the mystic yellow soil here. I'm rich. Treasures are everywhere. At that moment, Hanfei was a little excited. But when Hanfei calmed down, he began to analyze these 100 herb demons carefully. This mutated 100 herb demon was very difficult to deal with. It could split its body into many conscious parts and parasitize the creatures in a large area. If he didn't kill all the creatures in this area, he didn't know if he could kill it. Hanfei wasn't sure if all the mutated 100 herb demons were like this, or only this one he had encountered was like this. But he felt that after this massacre, within 1,000,000 kilometers, not a blade of grass grew. Because all the contestants entered the demon domain at random, and this world should be an extremely huge world. Hanfei didn't think he would meet anyone else in a short period of time. Besides, those who could kill the mutated 100 herb demons could probably find something wrong underground too. But he had the demon purification pot. They didn't. Out of curiosity, he dug out a mine that contained the ominous aura, which was why he found the mystic yellow soil. Others might be able to discover this mine, but although they didn't recognize the ominous aura, they could sense it because mutated 100 herb demons had it on their bodies. Therefore, others might not dig up this entire mine, so it was unknown if they could find the mystic yellow soil. Of course, there was a high chance that it would be discovered in the end. After all, no one who could cultivate to this level was an idiot. After a calm analysis, Hanfei took out a life origin crystal he had just obtained and tried it curiously. When he completely swallowed one, he found that it was useful for his vitality. However, he couldn't increase his lifespan with it. Lifespan and vitality were 2 different things. In the beginning, when he consumed vitality with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he would replenish it with his lifespan. Later, when Hanfei slowly became stronger, what he consumed was no longer his lifespan. Of course, if he was heavily injured or one of his twin bodies was killed, he still had to consume his lifespan. However, so far, Hanfei's lifespan was sufficient and he was almost in his peak state, so this life origin crystal wasn't of much significance to him for the time being. But how could he know how much vitality his origin sea needed? He had to ask the god of war about the injection of vitality later. There was nothing wrong with taking things one step at a time. Anyway, the god of war seemed to have nothing to do every day, so they could chat for a long time. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't consume these world origin crystals. He'd better put them away first. When he needed them in the future, he could take them out. Swish. 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 Han Fei waved his hand and took back the god-sealing spears that had been sealing this place. The god-sealing spear was really powerful. The people trapped in the ruins of gods could almost kill 5 alone easily after learning this technique, so it wasn't a surprise for him to seal 100 kilometers with the spears. When all his clones returned, Han Fei pointed in the direction of the demonic source with the vast ocean navigator and then rushed towards that place. Han Fei thought that although the mutated 100-herb demon was powerful, there were also many capable people participating in the 100,000-year competition, such as Feng Yu, Zhao Qinglong, Wu Shuang, Wang Beichen. Even the combat fire of Feng Xingliu could naturally restrain the demonic plants of the demon domain. Therefore, Han Fei thought that it shouldn't be a problem for a really strong cultivator to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. However, most people definitely had to form an alliance before they had a chance to kill 10 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. 3 days later, Han Fei didn't go far. Only after walking out did Han Fei know how many demonic creatures there were in this demon domain. What he had seen before was just the normal state. The density of the demonic plants and demonic creatures here was so high. Within 1,000,000 kilometers, he could easily find a dozen sea establishment realm demonic creatures. The birth rate of these demonic creatures simply horrified Han Fei. If this world had only been ominously contaminated, were there many such worlds? If there were a lot of them and these creatures launched a collective counterattack, Han Fei thought that this would be an unimaginably terrifying combat power. In 3 days, Han Fei had walked 90 million kilometers. In total, he had killed 812 sea establisher-level demonic creatures, 5 sky opener-level demonic creatures, and countless other demonic creatures. Huff. Although ordinary demonic plants also had life origin crystals, they were too small. They were only the size of fingernails and light green in color. The effect was obviously not good enough. Of course, the advantage was that there were many of them. Han Fei calculated and realized that there were probably 1,000,000 nail-sized life origin crystals on his origin star. There were too many small demonic creatures here. Huff. On the 4th day after Han Fei came in, he had basically completed half of his mission. But at this moment, he no longer regarded these as missions. After all, the obtained life origin crystals would belong to him. Furthermore, he could absorb a large amount of energy from the bodies of these killed demonic creatures and nourish his origin star. It was a good thing. The main reason was that there were many spiritual fruits growing in places where these demonic creatures were rampant. These demonic creatures treated spiritual fruits as ordinary garbage fruits. Many spiritual fruits were in clusters, each cluster including dozens of them. Some of these spiritual fruits were polluted, and some were normal. Anyway, Han Fei had the demon purification pot, so he could distinguish them easily. After a few days, Han Fei discovered that 80% of these spiritual fruits were normal. And according to his judgment, the polluted spiritual fruits were the favorites of demonic creatures. Generally speaking, as long as they matured, the demonic creatures would swallow the spiritual fruits first, which might even cause the demonic creatures to fight. However, ordinary spiritual fruits would be abandoned by the demonic creatures. Therefore, after Han Fei's appraisal, 80% of the spiritual fruits were normal. In the past 3 days, he had obtained hundreds of thousands of spiritual fruits. In addition to these spiritual fruits, Han Fei also dug up a lot of mystic yellow soil, about twice the amount that the fake god gave him in the ruins of gods. After all, not every place had so much mystic yellow soil. It just happened that there was more mystic yellow soil where he was previously. 3 days. Han Fei couldn't help but breathe heavily. In just 3 days, he had obtained the mystic yellow soil and life origin crystals that ordinary people couldn't get even after tens of thousands of years. This made Han Fei sigh. Sure enough, his journey to the 100,000-year competition was not in vain. He wondered if there would be a greater surprise near the demonic source if he could already get so many resources from the place of ordinary sky opening realm demonic creatures. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. In the demon domain, the land area was relatively small. On the 4th day, the environment in front of Han Fei changed a lot. What he encountered now was a swamp. This swamp was much weirder than the land. There were very few trees in the swamp. Where there were trees, they were not regular trees. For example, if you saw a circle of colorful fruit hanging on a tree, you would think it was a fruit from the demon domain. But in fact, it could be a colorful spider that shrank into a ball or a strange demonic plant. As for that tree, it was a proper sky-opening realm demonic tree, but it could control countless demonic creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers. Han Fei discovered that in the demon domain, all kinds of life had a common characteristic, which was parasitization. Perhaps in the end, demonic plants ruled this world, and demonic plants were creatures with particularly tenacious vitality and strong sowing abilities. Furthermore, they could evolve into highly poisonous creatures, evolving into beast-like creatures, worm-like creatures. Several hours later, after Han Fei killed the tree demon and dug out a piece of mystic yellow soil under the swamp, he found a piece of strange black soil under the mystic yellow soil. This piece of soil was only palm-sized and seemed to have hardened in some places. But a piece of information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Chaotic Treasure Soil. Introduction: A treasure soil, born at the beginning of the chaos. It can stabilize and strengthen the effect of the origin stars. The chaotic treasure soil can slowly absorb the essence of the world spontaneously, improve the ordinary spiritual soil around, and make it transform into the mystic yellow soil. Level none. Quality inferior. Note: this piece of chaotic treasure soil has evolved over a long period of time and suffered from ominous pollution. Its quality has been greatly reduced, and only 10 or 20% of its effects remain. To return to its normal state, it needs about 10,000 years of natural precipitation. When Han Fei saw the chaotic treasure soil, he thought that it was a good thing, but it turned out to be of inferior quality. He didn't expect that this thing had inferior quality. Even if it was a chaotic spiritual treasure, its quality was probably not good. Han Fei thought that this was at most equivalent to hundreds of square meters of mystic yellow soil. Han Fei threw the chaotic treasure soil into his origin star and sighed. He was really happy for nothing. Han Fei sighed. After I finish the task of killing the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, I'll be halfway through the first task. When I solve the demonic source, I can go to Chaomingda and the others. Han Fei was calculating his plan. since they had helped him get the essence. Blood of divine beasts, giving him at least 2 chances to upgrade his bloodline. He should pay the remuneration they deserved. More importantly, in addition to the reward, there must be some additional gains. If someone really attacked Chao Mingde and the others, and he killed the person, wouldn't the person who was killed be counted as his spoils? At that time, the guy's star core could be used for his body tempering, and the vitality of his origin C would naturally belong to him. And his broken origin star could be offered to the god of war as sacrifices. Well, the god of war seems to despise these incomplete origin stars, and the remuneration for this kind of sacrifice is pitifully small. It seems that I have to get a complete origin star for him. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that he still needed a lot of enemies. After the 4th round of qualifiers ended, he probably wouldn't have a chance to get the corpses of the sky opening cultivators and snatch their origin stars. Therefore, he had to do what he should do, get the resources he should get, and kill the people he should kill in the demon domain all at once. Just as Han Fei was fantasizing about taking advantage of these 3 years to completely transform his origin C into a star and embark on the star path. In a place not far away from him, an amethyst that looked like a flower bud growing from under the ground bloomed. The amethyst had 6 colored petals, which protected a crystal flower. In the middle of the crystal flower was a turbid but fragrant black jade colored liquid, forming a garden pool. Whoosh! In the muddy pool, a huge figure emerged from the water. It was a huge, strange creature that was half human, half flower. It looked like a human, because the fused plants and black water formed the upper half of its body. And this creature had a pair of arms made of tens of thousands of demonic plants, and a head made of spiritual plants. It was indeed quite different from humans. However, her face was that of a human woman. It was not the kind of face that was made of colorful colors, but quite good-looking. Hiss! On the head of this weirdo, a python crawled out of her head. The python stuck out its tongue, and soon, around the woman, vines spontaneously formed 6 different demonic creatures. A total of 6 masses of black unknown matter, condensed in the hands of this strange person. After this thing appeared, the 6 demonic creatures were all excited. It seemed that they were afraid of something, or they would have rushed up to snatch it. However, as a divine thought pressed down, all the 6 demons were obedient. The divine thought said to the demonic creatures, "There's an intruder who broke into my territory. He has already killed 6 guardians in the sky. Opening realm in a row. All of you, attack together, kill him, and bring his corpse back." Tweet. Suddenly, one of the 6 demonic creatures turned into an eagle, grabbed a mass of black water, and flew away. The others had the same reaction. One of the frogs stuck out its tongue and took away his share of the black water. A treeman extended its tentacles and grabbed the black water. A centipede crawled to the purple crystal, rose, and took it away. A cheetah and a python also left with the black water mass. They were not just one species, but they all had the same characteristics, which was that they were all simulated plants. Essentially, they were still plants. However, unlike ordinary demonic plants, they seemed to have developed consciousness and were very aggressive. If the female demon in the purple crystal flower didn't give them any benefits, they didn't seem to be obedient. Half a day later. Along the way, Han Fei felt a little strange. This swamp was not right. He had met some normal sea establisher creatures just now. However, it was as if there were fewer demonic plants and demonic creatures here all of a sudden. Was this the territory of a powerful existence? Was that why there were fewer demonic plants around? But Han Fei didn't seem to care. Even if it was a powerful demonic plant, so what? No matter how strong it was, it couldn't be a monarch. Otherwise, the divine capital dynasty wouldn't have sent so many people here to complete the mission. As long as it wasn't a monarch, Han Fei was confident that he could escape. Even if he couldn't beat it. Or at least, only someone at Zhao Qinglong's level could hold him back. Han Fei seemed to have thought of something and fished out the 9 palace luck ruler from the void. Han Fei felt that he might have found the demonic source. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain the strange silence now, which was like the calm before a storm. Sure enough, when the 9 palace luck ruler's marker began to move, it landed on the greatly ominous. Oh, the difficulty is actually quite high. Han Fei wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, there should be many demonic sources in this world, probably hundreds of thousands. With so many demonic sources, wasn't it normal for him to encounter one? If it wasn't for the demonic source, how could the demonic plants and demonic creatures here have caused him to fall into a greatly ominous situation? Han Fei walked for a moment more and found that the swamp began to slowly become shallower. Small areas of land often appeared around him. And the surrounding demonic plants and demonic creatures became unusually dense again. Huh? That's not right. Why are the demonic creatures so dense again? Splatter. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned and looked into the distant sky. In the sky, a figure flew over in an instant. Eagle? Han Fei was taken aback at first, but then he realized that there was no hawk here. Sure enough, what appeared in his eyes was only an eagle-like flying plant. Han Fei also saw that there were many mushrooms on the wings of the eagle. The eagle flew past, leaving a long spore mark behind as if it was sowing seeds. Toot. Bam. 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 In the next moment, Han Fei saw creatures moving towards him from underground. Far away as fast as using the light escape technique in the soil. On the ground, a cheetah plant was sprinting as fast as the eagle. 3? No, 6. In the swamp, Han Fei saw a long dragon cruising over, and a mountain rising from the ground on the other side. In the next moment, the mountain actually jumped. Under Han Fei, billions of tentacles that were emitting blue light rose to the sky and attacked first. Oh. You've learned your lesson, so you're ambushing me together? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The moment 3 demonic creatures of the sky opening realm appeared in a row, Han Fei knew that he had been ambushed. When he realized that there were as many as 6 sky opening realm demons ambushing him, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. According to his previous experience, he had stayed in this area long enough. Now 6 of them suddenly came to ambush him. This was more like a premeditated and planned ambush. In the swamp under Han Fei, a treeman suddenly appeared. This treeman stretched out billions of tentacles, seeming to want to control Han Fei. The greatest characteristic of demonic plants was control. Han Fei could feel that weird patterns were forming on every tree vine, as if they were the Tao pattern of heaven and earth in this ominous world. Apart from the hundreds of millions of vine tentacles, all the demonic plants and demonic creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers exploded. Without needing Han Fei to eradicate them, all the non-sky opening realm creatures here destructed and turned into clouds of myriad colors. Of course, if only they were just clouds. But in fact, they were densely packed spores and poisons. And they were all active. More importantly, some undetectable Tao patterns would be imprinted on the tiny, and even undetectable, spore particles. This tree demon alone had many strange abilities, such as control, Tao pattern, curse techniques, parasitic spores, poisonous fog corrosion, and so on. It wasn't that it was very strong, but these methods were too insidious. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he needed a sea of fire. Swish. 2 sledgehammers appeared in Han Fei's hands. He was not a sword cultivator. He could use any weapon. These double sledgehammers were forging hammers. As for the usage of combat techniques, Han Fei activated the void fire technique and supplemented it with the 100 War Divine Hammer. In an instant, the immortal chi on the 2 hammers turned into fire. Buzz. It was not enough to just use fire. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use the Tao pattern of heaven and earth? In the void, tens of thousands of twisted patterns were branded all over his body, including the double hammers. Whoosh! As soon as these Tao patterns appeared, coupled with the fire turned into from immortal chi, the flames of anger spread out for 100,000 kilometers. Countless demonic vines lingered in midair, and in fact, half of them were immediately burned. But Han Fei had no time to pay attention to the tree demon, because 2 extremely fast demonic creatures of the sky-opening realm, the eagle and the cheetah, had already attacked. Swish! 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 The eagle approached and spread its big wings, filling the sky with flying feathers. This was more like the essence of spores that filled the sky, trying to take advantage of the wind to blow at Han Fei. Triple hammer technique. Knock, knock, knock. In the void, there were endless ripples of hammer strikes. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 ripples exploded in the void. Every ripple followed a new one after bursting out in the void. In the end, the ripples formed a cone, piercing through the void, piercing through the spore rain that filled the sky, and suppressing the eagle that was flapping its wings desperately. At the moment Han Fei hammered the void, a golden figure 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground. If it wasn't his Dharma idol, what was it? At this moment, 2 hands stretched out from the back of the Dharma idol. He punched out faster than the speed of light, and a series of explosions seemed to happen in the direction where the cheetah ran. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the 3 sky-opening realm demonic plants were blocked by Han Fei alone. However, Han Fei wouldn't forget that there were still 3 demonic plants in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the python had already soared into the sky. Before it arrived, it whipped at Han Fei with its tail. Bang! Han Fei, who seemed to have no time to be distracted, was sent flying into the swamp. The terrifying ripples of the explosion spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Bang! Then, the swamp exploded, and a blade storm swept out. The vines were minced into spore pollen, but the immortal fire was still burning, so the treeman couldn't do anything to Han Fei. With a thought, Han Fei transformed into Neza, who had 3 heads and 6 arms. He held 2 hammers with 2 hands, put gloves on 2 other fists, and held double knives with the remaining 2 fists. For a time, fierce battles broke out here. The centipedes that were moving underground couldn't help but attack too. Chain-like hooks appeared all over the sky. Han Fei realized that as long as he was caught by one of the hooks, billions of hooks would fall on him in the next moment. Those were all centipede claws. If he was caught by them, coupled with the tree demon, he would fall into a passive state. It wasn't that these demonic plants were very strong. In fact, they weren't very strong themselves, but they had borrowed too much external power. For example, a demonic creature in the sky-opening realm could almost absorb the power of all ordinary demonic plants within 1,000,000 kilometers. Then would it still be an ordinary sky opener? If there was only one, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with it. But if there were 6 in a row, it would be a big problem. Han Fei didn't think that an ordinary person would fight unscrupulously in the same territory and wait to be ambushed by the other party as him. Han Fei gave a self-mocking smile. He didn't use the void-stealing technique immediately. He was waiting for the 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures to surround him. Then, he would have a good opportunity to use the god-sealing spears and kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with the nature of these demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm, they could transform into countless demonic plants and escape. Bang! Han Fei was hit again, this time by the cheetah. At that moment, Han Fei's body was caught by the centipede's void hook. It was at this moment that the 6 cultivators knew that their chance had come. The tree demon hurriedly sealed the surroundings of Han Fei, and the vines had already tied him up. At this moment, the last toad that hadn't taken action for a long time and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity suddenly took action. The big toad opened its mouth, and a long tongue composed of demonic plants wrapped around Han Fei's body at almost 10 times the speed of light. Only at this moment did Han Fei clearly know that 3 of the 6 sky openers were control type. This confirmed a fact. Demonic plants were best at control. No matter how they simulated other creatures, their characteristics couldn't be erased. Buzz. The moment the 6th toad appeared, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a figure appeared holding the god-sealing spear. The god-sealing spear itself might have to pierce through their bodies to seal these demonic creatures. But the spear array was different. It was a large scale sealing field. However, there was no telling if it was, because these 6 demonic creatures had mastered too much power, but Han Fei felt that the situation was not good. As soon as the god-sealing spear fell, the god-sealing spear was shaking. Not good. They have borrowed all the power of all the creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers to resist the sealing power of the god-sealing spear. I have to nail them through with the spear. In the void, Han Fei's figure appeared out of thin air. As early as the first time he was blasted into the swamp, he had already used the twin divine technique. Although he had fused his twin bodies in advance, fortunately, the 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures had already appeared, so he could take action now. Steal his consciousness. The first thing Han Fei did was to steal the consciousness of the python. Because in his opinion, this thing was closest, huge, and not fast enough. It was the easiest to kill. However, as soon as he activated the void-stealing technique, he found that the python had no reaction at all. Damn it! Han Fei's expression suddenly changed. Only then did he realize that there were countless sensory systems of these demonic plants. Did the other party not even notice that he had stolen its consciousness? Steal his power. The stealing power was useless too, and Han Fei only felt a little power replenishing him. His heart immediately became heavy. This kind of sky-opening realm demonic creature couldn't be considered as one creature but a strange combination of countless independent demonic plants. They might have a unified consciousness, but Han Fei couldn't steal this consciousness. After stealing twice in a row, the python had clearly reacted. Although it was a combination of countless independent individuals, it always had a main body to support it. Therefore, it knew that it had lost consciousness and power. However, in the next moment, it found that time around it suddenly stopped. Creatures in the sky-opening realm could sense time stopping. They could even enter the river of time. However, time was still. This was a state of law. This python could resist the power of time, but then he found that the energy in the void, including the energy in his body, was rapidly draining. As for Han Fei, his strength soared instantly, and cracks appeared on his body. Looking closely, the god's prayer bead was no longer on his chest, the god slaying boxing gloves were no longer on his hands, and he had even abandoned his Dharma idol. This time, he stole all the energy in this place where time was frozen. He didn't know if this would work, but he was obviously disappointed. Without a main body, the stealing wasn't very effective. The natural energy within the range of time had been stolen by Han Fei, but the python's great Tao was instinctively protecting the python. Although it was losing energy, Han Fei discovered that the power he stole was less than 10%. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't completely count on the void stealing technique. He held a god-sealing spear in his hand, and at the moment of time freeze, he had already nailed the python's vitals. Puff. Roar. With a furious roar, the other parts of the python's body wanted to run, but how could it run when its tail was nailed? The only thing that surprised Han Fei was that the vital part of the snake-shaped demonic plant's body wasn't that important. Pooh. 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 The python was about to break free from the time and disband its body. But during the frozen time, Han Fei nailed the python from head to tail with 7 consecutive god-sealing spears. Humph. No matter how many tricks you have, your defense power is only average. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Without the power of the python, the effect of the god-sealing spear array was immediately stabilized, but not completely. At most, the god-sealing spear array could last for another 10 seconds. Of course, if another demonic creature was sealed, the effect of the god-sealing spear could be strengthened to more than 10 seconds. As for the second prey, Han Fei chose the toad. Han Fei put on a smile. Snap. As Han Fei snapped his fingers, the big toad's body was pierced through. It was a water-shaped spear branded with the Tao pattern of heaven and earth. Earlier, when he was deliberately tied up by the big toad's tongue, he had already left the infinity water behind. As long as he thought about it, the infinity water could change into any form he wanted. At this moment, the toad was directly skewered. The Tao pattern of heaven and earth imprinted on the infinity water, and the toad had no chance to struggle at all. Not only that, the toad and the python couldn't even disband their bodies. This scene far exceeded the expectations of the other 4 demonic plants. They never expected that in such a short moment, their 2 teammates would be almost suppressed at the same time. Without the 2 major helpers, the god-sealing spear array here was relatively stable, and their strength had dropped by as much as 30%. The main reason was that the range of the god-sealing spear array was relatively large now, and they had borrowed the power of countless demonic plants and demonic creatures. Therefore, they had only lost 30% of their strength. Otherwise, it would only be more. Previously, these 6 demonic plants were equivalent to 6 peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivators. But now, they were at most 6 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Of course, if it were 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators from the Divine Capital Dynasty or the Heavenly Race, Han Fei probably wouldn't be able to resist them. Fortunately, the intelligence of these demonic plants wasn't that high, and their reactions weren't that fast. Although their individual combat power might have reached the peak level late stage star transformation realm, they had experienced too few battles. Han Fei, who had been through countless battles, had long been prepared to deal with various situations. 2 of the 6 demonic creatures had been resolved. The remaining 4 demonic creatures knew that it was useless to disperse their bodies at this moment. The first thing they had to do was to open a channel. Then, to Han Fei's surprise, the 4 demonic creatures began to borrow power from each other and gathered all their power on the eagle. At this moment, they had already discovered that Han Fei was different. This person was not easy to deal with. He had killed 2 of their companions as soon as he attacked. If they waited for a few more seconds, they would probably be all dead. As soon as the eagle flew away, Han Fei grinned. After it flew away, Han Fei suddenly said, "There's no wind here." Boom. Han Fei deprived the God-sealing spear array of the great Tao of wind. No matter how the bird flew, it had to borrow the great Tao of wind. If the great Tao of wind was suddenly gone, wouldn't the eagle be doomed? However, Han Fei did not attack the eagle immediately. The centipede, cheetah, and treeman lent their strength to the eagle, which must have greatly weakened them. Even if the eagle didn't have the great Tao of wind, it must have other ways to fly again. Han Fei suddenly appeared in front of the cheetah at nearly 8 times the speed of light. Pooh. 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 The cheetah wanted to disperse its body and transform into countless demonic plants, but Han Fei was still faster than it. He stabbed the God-sealing spear at its head. The tree demon wanted to help the cheetah, but Han Fei launched a series of ultralight speed fist marks with 2 fists of his 6 fists. Coupled with the fact that Han Fei had put on the god-slaying boxing gloves again, the sky was filled with debris. Realizing that the cheetah was doomed, the tree demons and centipedes dispersed. Thousands of demonic creatures suddenly appeared and spores flew all over the sky. However, how could Han Fei not know what the centipede and the treeman were thinking? They knew that they could only rely on the eagle, so they used most of their burdensome demonic bodies to hold Han Fei back. And their main body had already run to the eagle. At this moment, Han Fei had just finished sealing the cheetah. The entire god-sealing spear array was filled with spore powder of various colors that could isolate perception. Han Fei's perception was blocked. However, Han Fei smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. Void descending. Different from other cloning techniques, what the void descending technique split out wasn't completely clones. When the clones exceeded a certain level of strength, they would become the main bodies. This trump card was accidentally discovered by Han Fei during the more than 30 years in the ruins of gods. However, he had never used it until now. If he didn't have to kill these 6 demonic creatures today, he wouldn't have used it. Besides, he dared to use it because he was the only one here. Even if there were monarchs, they might not pay attention to him. How could the monarch's perception pass through the array of the god-sealing spear, through the barrier of these spores, and finally find his little trump card? Han Fei thought that monarchs wouldn't be so bored. The eagle was dumbfounded too. Why did this person suddenly appear? The eagle had no time to think. It gathered its sharp claws with all its strength. However, a holy pillar of light suddenly descended on it. Buzz. A large amount of ominous aura was directly purified, and thick black fog spread out in all directions. Han Fei, bathed in divine light, walked towards the eagle that was a little stiff and said, "You shouldn't have entrusted hope to others. Fortunately, the three of you gathered your strength. Otherwise, I might not have been able to take down the four of you." At this moment, the eagle still had some strength left, but after being illuminated by the heaven enlightenment divine technique, a large amount of dark aura in its body was purified, and the power it had just obtained from the others was immediately reduced. The battle became one-on-one. 30 seconds later, everybody including the eagle was nailed to the ground by Han Fei. After destroying the dispersed bodies of the tree demon and the centipede, Han Fei finally caught the tree demon. Han Fei had to admit that this world of demonic plants did give Han Fei a lot of surprises. They were a strange life form. Their bodies could be divided into countless independent entities. There was a difference in strength among the independent entities. But when necessary, all entities would turn into body parts and gather. If their main body was just an ordinary star transformation, demonic creature, when all these independent individuals gathered, they would instantly become a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, demonic creature. Han Fei wondered what would happen if their independent body parts also evolved to the sky-opening realm. Would they fuse with each other and directly prove their Daos? Han Fei had studied them for a long time. He could only understand that all of them came through parasitism. As for why they were such life forms, it could only be related to the great Tao of parasitism. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Xue Fan from the Blood Sea Divinewood City. In the Waterwood world, that guy really had forward thinking and took a parasitic path. If he really grew up, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, Han Fei didn't take out their life origin crystals immediately but used a strange technique. This technique was the vitality condensation technique passed down by the god of war. Although using this technique would strengthen his karma fire, he had to try it out. He had to know how to use it first. At the same time, he wanted to gain the experience of using this technique. Using his own vitality as a catalyst, Han Fei triggered the vitality of the 6 demonic plants in the god-sealing spear array. In fact, he only triggered their life origin crystals. How could there be a better test subject? After a while, Han Fei felt that a mass of extremely rich vitality was slowly taking shape in front of him. However, the feeling of being burnt by the so-called karma fire was not obvious, or even felt at all. Could it be that these demonic creatures are not good things in the first place, so it's not easy for the karma fire to produce? Han Fei didn't really want to be burnt by the karma fire. He just wanted to check the vitality condensation technique and confirm how to use it in the future. But the result was not ideal. Half a day passed. The vitality of these demonic creatures condensed into a very pure life origin. It seemed to be several times more than absorbing their life origin crystals alone. Throwing this part of vitality into his origin star, Han Fei felt that this Rich vitality was quickly absorbed by his origin star, like rain falling on the sand, absorbed in the blink of an eye. Huh? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He felt that he seemed to see a small river. This vitality seemed to converge in this river in his origin star. The increase was as much as 1/10 of the river. Is this the river of life? No, no, Feng Xingliu once said that the river of life is a mysterious river that integrates the lives of billions of people. Mine should just be a quantification of the vitality contained in my origin star. Not only that, after Han Fei suddenly closed his eyes, an illusory river appeared in his mind. It seemed that he had accidentally found it, so it no longer hid from him and actually appeared. That was the river of life of my origin star. And this is my own river of life? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was really grateful for the 100,000-year competition in the East Sea Divine Realm. It had broadened his horizons, given him a lot of insights, and provided him with a lot of resources. It turned out that in addition to the river of time, there was really a river of life in this world. Although he didn't know the river of life at the moment, he could already see his own river of life. The water in the river of life represented his vitality, and the length of the river of life represented his lifespan. His vitality could be replenished, but his lifespan couldn't be easily extended. Once this river of life burst, it meant the loss of life. It meant that even if he had vitality, he couldn't repair his lifespan. So this is the true relationship between lifespan and vitality. What Han Fei was observing now was the length of the river of life. His river seemed to be 132 meters long. By logic, a sea establisher should have a lifespan of 100,000 years, and he should have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Therefore, the answer was obvious. His lifespan was 1.32 million years, and his river water was full, which meant that he wasn't short of vitality. Han Fei understood. Both he and his origin star had a river of life. The problem was that his river was easy to judge, but the one of his origin star was longer and deeper than his. However, the life river of his origin star was too illusory for him to judge its length. He could only compare its depth. So far, Han Fei discovered that the life river of his origin star didn't even reach half of the depth of his. Only about 1/3. Han Fei knew that this was a newborn origin star and it was still lacking. 4. Now, it seemed to lack vitality. At this time, Han Fei was shocked. It seemed that his origin star was quite lacking in vitality, and the vitality of the star was only 1/3. No wonder the god of war said he should inject vitality into it. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry to inject vitality. He didn't know if the vitality in the life origin crystal or the vitality condensed from other people's origin stars was more. Anyway, it would take 4 months for his star core to be fully born. During this period, he had plenty of time to get a lot of vitality. Huff. After experimenting with the vitality condensation technique, Han Fei couldn't come to any conclusions. But now, his second mission had been completed. However, his first mission, to kill sea establisher demonic creatures, hadn't been finished. However, that mission was even simpler. It should be completed in a few days. However, it was definitely premeditated that he was ambushed. How did they know which direction he would take? Why were they ambushing him here? Han Fei vaguely had an answer in his heart, which was the demonic source. Han Fei didn't plan to rest. Since today's luck was greatly ominous, he might as well find the demonic source and destroy it in one fell swoop. Han Fei believed that the demonic source was not as difficult to get as he imagined. Otherwise, how many people would be unable to complete the mission of the demonic source? From the looks of it, Han Fei thought that the demonic origin was more like a wise person who would let people ambush him. Furthermore, those demonic plants would listen to its orders. This meant that the other party's level was higher than these demonic plants. However, it couldn't be higher than the perfected star transformation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the third mission. Furthermore, Han Fei didn't think that the demonic source would be in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, because this was also too difficult. There were less than 5,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who participated in this 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. If the demonic source had the combat power of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, what was the point? They might as well directly let these 5,000 people pass. Therefore, Han Fei thought that the combat power of the demonic source wasn't high. He thought of the demonic plants that attacked him. Perhaps the only powerful thing about the demonic source was that it could guide the evolution of demonic plants. Perhaps in order to ambush Han Fei, the demonic source nearby had mobilized most of the surrounding combat power. Therefore, Han Fei rushed all the way and didn't encounter another demonic creature of the sky-opening realm. Finally, after half a day, Han Fei stopped in the depths of this swamp, which didn't look like a swamp, but more like a big lake. If it weren't for the large amount of algae on its surface, Han Fei would have thought that the swamp here was more like an inland sea. At this place, Han Fei knew that he had found it. His perception couldn't penetrate the swamp here. There seemed to be a power preventing him from doing so. Han Fei stood in midair and said in a very straightforward voice, "You only have one chance now. If you can't ambush me this time, you will definitely die. So, have you decided what to do?" Seeing that there was no answer, Han Fei smiled and said, "If I've guessed right, the power you can use has basically been used up. Although there are many demonic creatures here, including countless demonic creatures in the sky opening realm, they can't all be under your control. You are just one of the countless demonic sources in this world, so the power you can control is limited. So, let's make a deal?" "A deal?" Burble. The swamp was bubbling, and more bubbles appeared and became denser. Finally, when a purple crystal flower bud appeared and bloomed, Han Fei could finally see the so-called demonic source. A humanoid demonic plant appeared in the purple crystal spring. Han Fei couldn't tell if it was a demonic plant, a human, or a demonic creature. She seemed to have the characteristics of all three. "You are the demonic source?" After he was ambushed, he realized that there seemed to be a wise guy behind these demonic plants. Otherwise, if he were those demonic plants, his first thought wouldn't be to ambush him. This was because ambushing him was meaningless to the demonic plants and demonic creatures. He didn't have an ominous aura. Although he had exuberant vitality, they were demonic plants and didn't lack vitality. So why were they ambushing him? If these demonic plants didn't want anything from him but still ambushed him, they could only have received orders from something. From the looks of it, as he expected, this demonic source was indeed alive. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name: demonic source. Introduction: an intelligent demonic plant that lives in the dark demon domain. Because it has the ability to quickly absorb ominous power, it can control many demonic plants and demonic creatures. They parasitize all demonic creatures that they can attach to and make them their clones. And the parasitic demonic creatures won't find that they are just a clone. In a demonic source's domain, all creatures are its nutrients. However, the demonic source needs to give birth to a true body to have combat power. Before that, the demonic origin's combat power can only rely on the attached demonic creatures. Their bodies contain a large amount of ominous aura and they can only be suppressed with the pure life origin crystal in their hearts. Level 109. Quality Rare. Realm Perfected Sky Opening Realm. Ominous Aura contained 3092 wisps. Battle Technique Spiritual Control, Parasitization, Life Absorption, Energy Absorption. Collectible Ominous Demonic Crystal. Absorbable. Note: in a world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Upon seeing this message, Han Fei's heart trembled. Holy *T, do those sky opening realm demonic creatures know that they were possessed? The demonic source turned them into its clones, without telling them but allowing them to maintain independent consciousness. Is this demonic source a pervert? Besides, Han Fei never expected that this thing would turn out to be in the perfect sky-opening realm. What deal do you want? This demonic source seemed to be relatively calm. Although Han Fei couldn't sense its strength, according to the introduction of the demon purification pot, it was clearly not strong. However, if they really fought, this thing should have some trump cards. But Han Fei didn't care. No matter what trump cards the demonic source had. Even if it had a large amount of ominous matters, Han Fei didn't care. This level of ominousness could easily be purified by the heaven enlightenment. Divine technique. At most, he would waste some vitality. And in the demon domain, vitality was the least lacking. However, what Han Fei didn't expect was that the demonic source really came out and was willing to communicate with him. This was different from those demonic plants. Even the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm wouldn't be willing to communicate with him, or to be exact, they didn't know how to do it. Han Fei said, I want resources, treasures, life crystals, and a tremendous amount of vitality. Can you satisfy me, or are you willing to give me clues? There was no killing intent on Han Fei at the moment. He was seriously negotiating. He wasn't a native of the demon domain. Even with the vast ocean navigator, he could only find 3 places with resources a day. But the demonic source was different. Since this guy had intelligence and could still negotiate with him, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the demonic source immediately replied, okay. No problem. But how can I trust you? Han Fei grinned. You can only trust me, can't you? However, the demonic source shook its head slightly. No. Since it's a deal, there should be a return from you. I can give you the resources, treasures, vitality, and even a large number of life crystals you want. However, you have to help me. Otherwise, you can kill me. But I have to tell you that even if you kill the current me, you can't kill the real me. Han Fei put on a smile. You're quite eloquent. Okay, tell me what you want. The demonic source said slowly, I want you to help me kill other demonic sources. In exchange, I can give you all the treasures, resources, vitality, spiritual fruits, and so on in my territory and theirs. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Hearing the demonic source's words, Han Fei sneered in his heart. As expected of the most intelligent creature in the demon domain. This plan was very well thought out. If he wanted to destroy the territory of a demonic source, he might have to kill at least dozens of sky-opening realm demonic creatures in the other party's territory. If the demonic sources fought each other, it would be difficult. However, Han Fei was a power beyond them. This demonic source felt that with Han Fei's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to destroy a demonic source's territory. After all, this was how it was beaten through. If you lost, you had to admit defeat. Sometimes, losing didn't mean you would definitely die. Although Han Fei sneered in his heart when he heard the demonic source's words, he had to consider the demonic source's words because its offer was too damn attractive. He had already obtained a lot of benefits after conquering a demonic source's territory. If he conquered a dozen of them, Han Fei felt that his origin star might be full of vitality. However, compared to his goal, the demonic source's goal was actually more terrifying. This was because Han Fei knew that even if he killed this demonic source now, she wasn't truly dead. She could parasitize other creatures, so she didn't die. For the demonic source, she just changed her body and slowly hid there. In the future, she would grow into a new demonic source. Therefore, this demonic source was very confident. She dared to make a deal with Han Fei and also dared to reject Han Fei's deal. To her, even if she was killed, it was not a big deal. Demonic plants had a long lifespan, and it was impossible for Han Fei to guard her. Han Fei was thinking. The demonic source itself didn't have much strength. They only relied on the demonic creatures attached to them. They controlled their territory and collected ominous power, and their ultimate goal was to condense their true bodies. Once this demonic source's true body was condensed, the demonic source, which had reached the perfected star transformation realm, would be very powerful. It might even directly become a monarch. The key to condensing a true body should still be the ominous power. It should be extremely difficult to obtain this power. As the saying went, gain and lose. This demonic source would give out some ominous power, but then take it back without a trace. Han Fei didn't know what would happen if one demonic source swallowed the other. On one hand, he wanted the huge amount of resources that the demonic source mentioned, and on the other hand, he was worried that if the two demonic sources fused, the other party's ominous power would suddenly multiply, and there might be a problem. For a moment, Han Fei didn't know how to answer. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said casually, "You should know that since I can find you. I can find all the resources and treasures under your territory. I can take my time to get the vitality. However, if you want to swallow other demonic sources and use me as a thug, do you really think you're very smart?" The demonic source responded, "This is a fair deal. What I can give is worthy of what I want." Han Fei dealt with the demonic source while thinking quickly. He had to be careful in this cooperation. If he created a monarch, he would be doomed. How could he do such a thing casually? He was thinking that he could make this demonic source into a puppet, but then he thought that it was an ominous power. The essence of the ominous power was pollution. The soul that was separated would also be inextricably related to the original body. For example, Blood Fiend was also a perfected star transformation realm. Cultivator. Before he died, he was also very crazy and used his murderous aura to cultivate into the star transformation realm. However, his soul was completely annihilated. Although he refined him into a puppet, the murderous aura wasn't enough to make him lose himself. Nothing would happen to him even if he controlled the Blood Fiend puppet. However, the demonic source was different. If he made them into puppets, once his soul were polluted, it wouldn't be a matter of resources. Han Fei thought for a moment. Interesting. Give me all your resources first, and I'll help you destroy another demonic source. The demonic source shook its head slightly. The deal shouldn't be like this. After you destroy another demonic source, I'll give you the resources. Han Fei said, what if you take the opportunity to swallow the other party, and have the power to contend with me after I annihilate another demonic source? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll help you kill no more than 6 sky-opening realm demonic creatures in the other party's territory as a token of loyalty. Then you have to give me all the resources in your territory. Only then will we have a real basis for cooperation. The demonic origin thought for a moment. If you kill half of the other party's sky-opening realm demonic creatures, I'll give you half of the resources and treasures in my territory. Han Fei sneered. Your territory has basically been hollowed out by me, right? Let me tell you, don't go too far. I can cooperate with you, and I can also cooperate with other demonic sources. So, you'd better give me all your resources. Otherwise, we won't be able to make this deal. I'll just kill you. The demonic source, I am not afraid of death. Han Fei sneered. Are you trying to say that there are still many creatures in your territory that you have parasitized, and they are all your clones? So I can only kill your current body, but can't kill your real body, right? At this moment, the demonic source finally looked at Han Fei solemnly. Han Fei had revealed her secret, which surprised her. How did Han Fei know? Han Fei chuckled. Your territory is only this big. Beyond your territory, it must be the territory of other demonic sources. Do you think they can find you and kill you if I tell the demonic sources in other territories that your territory has been penetrated by me? Buzz. At this moment, the ripples in the purple crystal flower shook, and the demonic source was silent for a while. After you kill half of the other party's sky-opening realm demonic creatures, I can give you all the resources and treasures in my territory. However, Han Fei, who had thought it through, shook his head slightly. No. You didn't agree just now, so it's too late now. As a plant, you shouldn't give a pure-blooded human time to think. Now, give me all the resources in your territory to prove your sincerity for our cooperation. The demonic source was silent for a while. Do we still have a chance to cooperate? Han Fei said, yes. But you have to follow my cooperation method. I'll penetrate 2 demonic sources' territories. Then you find the resources in both places for me, and I'll give you a chance to devour a demonic source. At this moment, this demonic source had no choice. The battle between the demonic creatures was actually more intense than expected. In the demon domain, except for the demonic sources, the so-called sky-opening realm, demonic creatures were actually chess pieces of demonic sources. Now that it had lost all its chess pieces, it had already lost. And once the other demonic sources knew that it was not dead, the consequences might be that they would send overwhelming demonic creatures to search for it. Okay. The demonic source agreed and said to Han Fei, "It will take a day to gather the resources." 1 day later, Han Fei saw countless demonic plants and demonic creatures heading to the location of the demonic source to offer sacrifices. Most of them were in the sea establishment realm. After all, the territory possessed by this demonic source wasn't small. If it were venerables to deliver resources, it would take forever. However, none of this was important. Han Fei saw a tremendous amount of resources. The mystic yellow soil was piled up into a mountain. There were 3 pieces of chaotic treasure soils, but 2 of them were of inferior quality and the other was of ordinary quality. There were more than 2 million ordinary spiritual fruits. To be honest, this was the first time Han Fei had seen so many spiritual fruits. It wasn't until today that he realized how abundant the resources of a powerful origin ground were. If infinite resources belonged to one person, how strong would this person be? There were more than 13,000 types of mineral veins here, and the vitality here gathered into large life origin crystals. There were 16 of them, which were equivalent to 16 life origin crystals in the sky-opening realm. At this moment, the demonic source said, "I can only take out so many resources in my territory. If you kill all the demonic creatures in my territory, the surrounding demonic sources will know that something happened to me and will provoke and explore my territory." Han Fei roughly estimated that in terms of the number of resources, all the resources here added up to probably 500,000 kilometers. This was because most of the resources of the sky-opening realm demonic creatures had already been taken by him. These 500,000 kilometers of resources were additional. Therefore, in fact, if all of them were included, there would be about 700,000 to 800,000 kilometers of resources in a demonic source's territory, not including the mystic yellow soil. "I'm rich." Han Fei's heart surged. Conservatively speaking, there were more than 100,000 demonic sources in this demonic domain. If there were so many resources in every demonic source's territory, it would be a terrifying number. At this moment, after seeing so many resources, Han Fei was considering whether to kill this demonic source or not. Anyway, he had already gotten what he needed. Did he really have to cooperate with this demonic source? Han Fei thought for a moment. He wasn't sure about this matter. It involved the ominous, so he had to ask. Who should he ask? Eldest senior brother. It seemed that the purpose of the Void Temple was to deal with the ominous. If he created an ominous monarch, would eldest senior brother kill him? It was better to ask the god of war. Anyway, the god of war was far away and couldn't control this place. Besides, if he asked the old man for advice on such an important matter, this was called trust. Han Fei accepted the resources and then glanced at the demonic source. "Let's talk about it after I finish my cultivation." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei wasn't afraid that the demonic source would run away. If it could run, it would have run away long ago and wouldn't have stayed here waiting for him to come. Therefore, it probably didn't have the ability to move quickly. Perhaps it was because it was connected to the ground veins here and couldn't leave even if it wanted to. Han Fei's purpose in going to the origin star was very clear. Although he had obtained all the resources in this demonic source's territory, he still had a lot of concerns about whether to cooperate with this demonic source. Another moment later, above the sea of stars, an altar appeared, and a curtain of fire rose. God of war, you're here again? Why didn't you offer sacrifices to me this time? Before Han Fei sent a message, the God of war had sent a message to him. Mainly because Han Fei came so frequently that even the God of war had the illusion that this guy didn't seem to be busy at all. Han Fei said, "Senior God of war, let's not rush into sacrificing or not. I've run into a situation here. Blah, blah." Han Fei gave a long description and sent the information about the demonic domain to the God of war. The God of war immediately replied, "Are you sure it's an origin ground contaminated by the ominous power? An origin ground with at least 1 million sky-opening realm cultivators?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, that's right. I've caught a demonic source. I'm wondering if I can cooperate with it." Blah, blah. The God of war was dumbfounded. You were asked to do a mission, but you wanted to cooperate with a demonic creature? The God of war said, "You can cooperate with it. According to your description, such a demonic source shouldn't be a big threat as long as it hasn't swallowed more than 5 other demonic sources. But you don't know if it has swallowed other demonic sources before, so you can't take the risk. Besides, no race has the habit of cooperating with the ominous. You can never be dependent on it. Therefore, my suggestion is that even if you can cooperate with it, there's no need to. No need to cooperate? Han Fei murmured. The vast ocean navigator could tell him how many demonic sources this demonic source had swallowed. If the God of war was right, he could kill the demonic source after it swallowed 4 other demonic sources. However, the God of war said there was no need to cooperate, it was worth thinking about. With so many resources, why was there no need to cooperate with the demonic source? The God of war responded, "What do you think the main purpose of obtaining resources after the star transformation is?" Han Fei said, "Is it for the star path? Even if we don't take the star path, we'll have to use a huge amount of resources, right? For example, when we prove our Daos." God of war, when it's time for you to prove your Tao, it definitely won't be enough for you to snatch these resources from this demonic source's territory. To prove your Tao, you need to borrow the heavenly Tao and comprehend the laws. If you can snatch the heavenly Tao of an origin ground, it will indeed be very beneficial to prove your Tao. But do you have the ability now? Han Fei asked, "Senior God of war, do you mean that it's not of much use for me to obtain resources now?" The God of war said, "It's not that it's not useful. However, since you've gone to such a place, according to what you said, there might be 100,000 demonic sources here, and you only have 3 years. How many of them can you kill? If you have the ability to kill these demonic sources, you might as well try stealing the world origin of this world." Han Fei was shocked. Steal world origin of this world? Senior God of war, do you think I've lived enough? This is a terrifying origin ground with 100,000 demonic sources. How can its world origin be stolen so easily? If I'm not wrong, world origin should have a certain level of consciousness, right? If it summons thousands of sky-opening realm demonic creatures, how can I defeat them? God of war, as you said, this origin ground is only ominously polluted, but since you can go to this origin ground to gain experience, it means that this origin ground hasn't been completely corroded by the ominous. In other words, the world origin here should still be fighting against the ominous power. While resisting the ominous, it no longer has the time to care about these polluted demonic creatures. Besides, world origin might have a little consciousness, but it's mostly dominated by rules. It's not as smart as you think. Hearing what the god of war said, Han Fei was tempted. If the world origin here hadn't been completely corroded and was still resisting the ominous, it seemed that he did have a chance. But Han Fei asked again, Senior God of War, even if I find the world origin of this world, I have to face the ominous, right? If I absorb the world origin of this world, won't I have to face the corrosion of the ominous power? God of War, oh. You are facing the ominous right now. So many of you went to the world polluted by the ominous. Every time you killed a demonic creature, demonic origin, and so on, you were annihilating the ominous. As for facing the ominous head-on, if necessary, you can call me to help you. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Can you come to help me? But Han Fei soon realized that the god of war wanted him to sacrifice a life form in the sky-opening realm and knew that he had dug out the core of the other party's origin star. Didn't this mean that the god of war could actually enter other people's origin stars through sacrifices? In this case, as long as a channel was opened for the god of war, he could directly come over. The problem was, what should he sacrifice to allow the god of war to come over unobstructed? Through a strange wormhole or an even more magical path? Besides, Han Fei remembered that the South Monarch once described the god of war that although the god of war hadn't become a god, he was infinitely close to a god. If such a big shot really came, he would definitely be invincible. However, would the god of war covet his body? After all, he hadn't become a god yet. As for him, he had an 810,000 kilometer star transformation, was talented, and had countless opportunities. It was fine to chat with the god of war through the fire curtain, but Han Fei really didn't have the courage to face the god of war face to face. However, Han Fei couldn't say these words out loud, so he rolled his eyes and replied, Senior God of War, if you really come over, I'm afraid, Great Monarch, East Marshal will have to come down personally. At that time, not to mention world origin, I won't even be able to get the resources in the demonic sources territories. After a while, the fire curtain responded, that's true. After all, this is East Marshal's territory. If I steal his territory, this guy will probably hold a grudge. Forget it. Although I can't go to your side, I think you still have to find the world origin of this world. As for how to deal with the ominous invasion, you can activate the God of War seal when the time comes. I can protect you for a while. Since this is East Marshal's territory, once you really steal the world origin or something and cause a problem in this world, East Marshal will come out to clean up the situation anyway. You are just a contestant. What does it have to do with you? East Marshal won't attack you. I think he will give me some face. Han Fei thought to himself, haha, yes, you're a big shot. But Han Fei thought that if the God of War asked him to get the world origin, would someone else instigate their children or disciples to get the world origin? After all, according to Han Fei's current understanding, there had been gods in places such as the Heavenly Race, the Phoenix Divine Race, and the East Sword Pavilion. If they had the guidance of gods, would they compete for the world origin of this world? Han Fei felt that it might be possible. Although those people didn't have the vast ocean navigator, the heritage of that kind of divine race was unimaginable. It was very likely that they had other ways to find the world origin. With this in mind, Han Fei's mind became active. Compared to the world origin of such an origin ground, this demonic source's resources were nothing but trash. The world origin contained vitality, the rules of the world, the great Tao, and power. As for such an origin ground, once he obtained its world origin and gave birth to a star core, the problem of injecting vitality would immediately be resolved. Then he wouldn't need to obtain these so-called life origin crystals anymore. In fact, he couldn't eat so much world origin alone. Then he could let little black and little white eat together and let the Emperor Sparrow eat together. Unfortunately, he didn't take little fatty and the others with him. Otherwise, he could take them to eat it together. If he still couldn't eat it all, he could sacrifice it to the god of war. In any case, if he really obtained the world origin of the world, he would probably be able to complete the star transformation realm. With this in mind, Han Fei suddenly felt that the demonic source wasn't attractive anymore. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior God of War, I'll listen to you. I'm going to find world origin." Han Fei was about to go offline when the God of War sent him a message. "If you really get the world origin, you won't be able to eat it alone. I'll teach you how to store world origin. Then you can sacrifice it to me." Han Fei immediately replied, "Senior God of War, I'm risking my life." "God of War, what are you talking about? Haven't I taught you enough? I'm thinking of teaching you the supreme divine technique when you inject vitality into your body. Brat, you can't even bear to give me this little bit of world origin? Supreme divine technique?" Han Fei's eyes lit up and he quickly responded, "Senior God of War, who are you despising? Am I the stingy kind of person? I mean, I'm risking my life, but you only teach me a way to store the world origin. Won't you give my God of War seal some more time? God of War, then give me some proper sacrifice, okay? Don't you know what you offered to me?" Han Fei. "Okay, wait for me. I'll definitely offer 2 good sacrifices to you in 3 months. After the conversation, Han Fei looked quite energetic. Outside, when Han Fei returned from the origin star, the demonic source was still in place. After Han Fei came out, the demonic source asked, "You're back so soon?" Han Fei grinned. "Yes. The demonic source, according to my judgment, there are 13 demonic sources nearby, the weakest of which is in the west." However, Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, you are wrong." The demonic source didn't seem to understand. "I can't be wrong." Han Fei grinned. "The weakest one is right in front of me." The demonic source. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The demonic source didn't expect Han Fei to choose to attack it in the end. It couldn't understand why. It had finally cultivated to the consummate level of the sky-opening realm, but after Han Fei's attack, it had almost dropped a major realm from the consummate level to the realm where it could barely open the sky. Fortunately, it had countless bodies. As long as it was given time, it was only a matter of time for it to grow into the consummate level again. It just didn't understand where a strong master like Han Fei came from. Little did it know that half a day later, Han Fei came to a deep-sea domain, which was neighboring to the swamp. Logically speaking, there was a demonic source here. Knowing that the demonic source could parasitize, Han Fei found a creature in the sky-opening realm and roared at it, "The demonic source in the west has been killed by me. I'm too lazy to find its original body. It's yours." Han Fei didn't care if the demonic source here would get this news from this demonic shark. Anyway, he had already conveyed the message. It didn't matter if the demonic source would die in the end. Han Fei flew across the sky, holding the thing that Wu Bufan and the others gave him in his hand. He vaguely sensed that the one closest to him should be Chao Mingde. Since he had promised these guys to do something for them, he might as well help them. He also wanted to see the true face of these playboys under the mask. 27 days after the fourth round of qualifiers began, Chao Mingde held a rod that emitted purple-black flames and pierced through a demonic plant turtle whose body was half illusory. He grabbed, casually, took out a life origin crystal, and continued to run crazily. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Chao Mingde's perception range. Chao Mingde, just surrender. You should know that you have no way out since you decided to participate in the 100,000-year competition. Chao Mingde suddenly stopped and looked at the other two figures in front of him. He said, "How many times have I said that I was forced to participate in the 100,000-year competition? What has it got to do with you? Why do you have to chase me down? This is the 8th time. Did you come in just to kill me?" The man who chased him sneered. Chao Mingde, stop pretending. We had suspected that you had awakened a top bloodline, but we couldn't confirm it several times. I don't know what method you used to cover it up. In this 100,000-year competition, you were able to escape from us 7 times, and there were even 3 people protecting you. This already shows something. So, no matter how well you hide, you have to die this time. Attack. A peak-level late-stage Sky Opening Realm Cultivator and 3 late-stage Sky Opening Realm Cultivators surrounded him. Chao Mingde couldn't beat any of these 4 people. Not to mention the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator, those late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators who were still alive were not the people Chao Mingde could defeat. But now, Chao Mingde had nowhere to run. Late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivators were all faster than the speed of light. They appeared in front of Chao Mingde in an instant. In an instant, great chaos tumbled, the void was chilly, and ice condensed. At this moment, Chao Mingde held a jade slip in his hand. In the eyes of others, it was the escaped jade slip he normally used. One of the people sneered and shouted, "Spatial alternation." Then, the jade slip was taken away. The man looked excited and brandished his sword, about to pierce Chao Mingde. But in the next moment, the jade slip in his hand shattered instantly, and a purple flame spread around the man. In an instant, this person only had a pile of bones left. And the skeleton turned around and attacked another person beside him. Not good. It's the purple demon spirit devouring technique. As soon as the person said so, Chao Mingde had been penetrated by the peak level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. However, the peak level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator was shocked because a fiery hand suddenly stretched out of Chao Mingde's body, and countless purple fiery threads appeared in the surrounding thousands of kilometers. Not good. We've been tricked. Retreat. Puff. While transmitting his voice, the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator cut off one of his arms. However, the purple flames were erupting too fast, like countless algae spreading out from the bottom of the sea. Of the remaining 3, one was entangled by the skeleton puppet. When the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator retreated, flames refined half of the void and a figure walked out. It was Qiaomingde. Qiaomingde's body exploded just now, but that was not his original body. At this moment, Qiaomingde blocked behind another late-stage star. Transformation Realm Cultivator. Holding a small seal in his hand, the gravity here suddenly increased by 10,000 times. Then, Qiaomingde held a long stick with 2 sharp ends, and in the blink of an eye, his speed was 8 times the speed of light. Puff. This person couldn't escape in time and was pierced through by Qiaomingde. However, this person was not an ordinary person. A blood arrow burst out of his body and pierced through Qiaomingde's body. The blood arrow exploded in Qiaomingde's body. Bang! Half of Qiaomingde's body was blown up, but his hands were burning with purple flames, pressing on the body of the person in front of him, burning him into bones in an instant. Cough, cough. Qiaomingde was vomiting blood. Obviously, he had been seriously injured. However, at this moment, he managed to save himself. His first choice was not to fight but to escape. He had been hiding his strength and could still fight, but he hadn't reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Even if he used up all his protective treasures, it would be difficult for him to kill the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Therefore, he had to run. Only by running out of this dangerous situation could he win. As long as he successfully passed the 4th round of qualifiers, he would be able to shine in the 100,000-year competition. Then he could join other powers and secretly nurture his henchmen. Only then would he have a chance to make a comeback. On this side, Qiaoming burst out with his fastest speed, almost 7 times the speed of light. But the moment he jumped out, a figure even faster than him appeared and pressed a palm on Qiaomingde's chest. Bang! The upper half of Qiaomingde's body exploded, leaving nothing but broken bones and flesh. Huh! A young man stepped out of the void and said in surprise, "I knew you were hiding your strength, but I didn't expect you to be a body refiner. You're indeed something to be able to quietly reach this level. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have participated in this 100,000-year competition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died." Cough, cough. Qiaomingde's flesh and blood were still rapidly regathering, but at this time, his 2 white bone puppets had been shattered by the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Qiaomingde was in danger. Qiaomingde said ferociously, "Qiao Buqi, I didn't expect you be *starred to come in person." Qiaomingde was crazily mobilizing the resources in his origin star and roaring like a beast, "Qiao Buqi, who do you think you are? You are just a lackey of Qiao Bummy. You will always be like a ferocious dog crawling at his feet. Even if I die, you won't live long." Humph. Qiao Buqi's eyes turned cold. "You're just good at bickering. Back then, your younger brother was extremely talented, but his blood was still extracted. You two are the same. How dare you compete for opportunities with the main branch? Who do you think you are?" After that, Qiao Buqi threw out an icy jade bead. As soon as the bead appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and Qiaomingde felt that his blood was stagnant. "Extreme cold pearl?" Qiao Buqi sneered. "Yes, it is. As early as 4,700 years ago, the purple demon divine fire in our clan disappeared. Bummy felt that there might be a hidden opponent in our clan. After thousands of years, we didn't suspect you until recently. Heh, now it seems that it's really you. The extreme cold pearl is a divine object that suppressed the purple demon divine fire back then. The purple demon divine fire in your body should have been suppressed now, right? Without the purple demon divine fire, let's see what else you have. Chow Mingda struggled for a while and finally heaved a sigh. Then he shouted. Brother Fei, help me. Brother Fei, I know you are here. Huh? Chow Buki and the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator were both shocked. Of course, they knew which brother Fei Chow Mingda was talking about. Who else could it be besides Han Fei? Recently, Chow Mingda, Wu Bufan, and the others had been getting close to Feng Xingliu and Han Fei because they wanted to cozy up to them. Chow Buki and the others certainly knew Han Fei's strength. He was able to kill Yi Qianqing and escape calmly after fighting Zhao Qinglong. It was impossible for the big clans not to notice his strength. However, Chow Buki heard that Chow Mingda was nothing more than cannon fodder in Han Fei's team, and that Han Fei didn't help Chow Mingda until he was paid. Chow Buki didn't think Chow Mingda could afford making Han Fei an enemy of the Chow family. After all, he didn't think Han Fei was stupid. Why would he help Chow Mingda? Chow Buki said, "You're still trying to buy time? What Han Fei wants is money." He defeated the dragon fighting street just to sell the qualification tokens. Do you think he's an idiot if he attacks the Chow family for a stranger like you? However, right after Chow Buki said that, a voice suddenly sounded. Say it again if you dare. Who are you calling an idiot? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Chow Buki was dumbfounded. No way? We've hunted Chow Buki 8 times, but you haven't come out once. Why did you come out this time? Seeing Han Fei walking over from afar with an unfriendly expression, Chow Buki, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, and the other person were dumbfounded. In an instant, the 3 of them were on guard. This guy was not Chow Mingda, but Han Fei, who challenged the heavenly race, defeated the dragon fighting street, killed Yi Qianqing, and fought Zhao Qinglong head-on. In just a few years, Han Fei's name was household in the divine capital dynasty. Seeing Han Fei, Chow Mingda almost burst into tears. He wailed, "Brother Fei, save me. This man's extreme cold pearl is an ultra-quality godly weapon that can suppress all flames. You can't miss it." Chow Mingda knew Han Fei's personality very well, so the first thing he did when he asked for help was to tell him the level of the extreme cold pearl. He bet that Han Fei would definitely be tempted. Sure enough, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and then his soul and blood heated. **CK, an ultra-quality godly weapon. Han Fei didn't expect that he would encounter an ultra-quality godly weapon so easily. This thing turned out to be a treasure of the same level as the gods' prayer bead. There was no need to emphasize the effect of the gods' prayer beads. Hanging them on his body every day, even when he was sleeping, he was cultivating. It was very beneficial to body tempering, soul training, anti-poison, and cultivation. Although this extreme cold pearl seemed to have a single function, it was an ultra-quality one. This was the second ultra-quality godly weapon Han Fei had encountered. Chow Buki seemed to realize that something was wrong, but now Chow Mingda was almost under his control. He said telepathically, "Master Chiao, come on, kill Chow Mingda. Don't fight Han Fei." In the blink of an eye, Master Chiao had already been vigilant when Chow Mingda shouted. Seeing Han Fei appear, he had already prepared his strongest attack. Even if Chow Mingda's physique was not weak, he could still kill him. Master Chiu had almost inserted a hand into Chow Mingda's body, but suddenly, he forgot what he was going to do. Shocked, he tried to activate the star bead and launch his strongest attack, hoping to instantly kill Chow Mingda. However, in the next moment, his consciousness suddenly blurred. The Chow family wasn't from the heavenly race, so they didn't know much about Han Fei's methods. Although they had investigated Han Fei carefully, it wasn't the head of the Chow family who personally used all the family's power to investigate him, but Chow Bummy, a core disciple of the main branch, arranged someone to investigate him. Basically, those who fought Han Fei were either killed or lost without knowing why. The only people who knew Han Fei's trump card were the people of the heavenly race. Therefore, they could only ask the people of the heavenly race. But why would the heavenly race tell these families? They couldn't wait for Han Fei and the big families of the divine capital dynasty to become mortal enemies. It would be best if all the big families were scammed by Han Fei. Then everyone would want to kill Han Fei. Wouldn't that be great? Therefore, Chow Bummy didn't find out that Han Fei could steal other people's abilities. Chow Buki was quite strong, although he hadn't stepped into the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. With his strength, he could barely fight against peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Besides, this person was extremely fast. At the moment when Master Chiu attacked, he was also attacking. He felt that he knew Han Fei's personality. Han Fei was a money grubber. Even if he caught him, he might not kill him. As long as he promised him resources, Han Fei wouldn't kill him. He could even give him the extreme cold pearl. After all, his identity should be more valuable than Chow Mingda. However, Chow Buki underestimated Han Fei too much. At this moment, Chow Buki lost consciousness and fell to the bottom of the sea with a bang, creating a big pit. Han Fei grinned slightly. He knew that in this demonic source's territory, there was already a huge whale of the sky-opening realm coming over, but it didn't get too close, as if it was waiting for the battle here to end. In an instant, Chow Buki and Master Chiu were both dead meat. The Chow family cultivator's first reaction was to run away. However, what he didn't expect was that in the next second, he fell to the bottom of the sea too. Chow Mingda was dumbfounded. Han Fei's figure became majestic in an instant. Han Fei didn't even move, and the three cultivators were defeated. God knew what kind of monstrous ability this was. Chow Mingda burst into tears. Brother Fei, you're finally here. You don't know how long I've been waiting for you. Brother Fei, Chow Mingda, will definitely repay you for saving my life. Blah, blah. Han Fei, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, cut the crap. No more acting, okay? When did you know that I had arrived? Hearing Han Fei's words, Chow Mingda hurriedly said, Brother Fei, the thing we gave you was mutual, so I know you are constantly approaching. You were already here when I was chased for the 5th time. Han Fei nodded slightly. No wonder I feel that these days, Wu Bufan, Luo Dafei, Li Chen, Zhou Run, and the others are all approaching me. It's indeed because of this thing. Since you know that I arrived that day, why didn't you ask for help? Chow Mingda chuckled and said, Brother Fei must be testing me. In fact, we all know that we are hiding our real strength. Brother Fei, you just want to see our real strength, so I can only ask you for help when I really can't beat them. Han Fei grinned and said, "You're actually worried that I won't help you after. Knowing that you're hiding your strength, right? Because helping you means offending many people in a big clan." I've been thinking about this question 4 days. To be honest, I'm thinking about it now. Chao Mingda's heart suddenly tightened, so he hurriedly said, "Brother Fei, we all know that we have let you down, but we have no choice. With our current status in our families, we can only get limited resources. Otherwise, we will definitely not be stingy with your remuneration. In fact, I don't know what to do next, but Brother Fei, what we lack is just an opportunity. We will definitely remember this favor. If we rise in the future, as long as Brother Fei needs us, we will do our best to help you." At this time, Chao Mingda's expression became a little serious. No one wanted to die. Everyone wanted to become strong, including the playboys. Besides, they were forced to become playboys. Han Fei chuckled. "Even if I want half of your Chao family, can you give it to me?" Chao Mingda nodded slightly. "We don't have any feelings for our family. Our family only brings us endless despair. Besides, only in our family do we know that if we don't prove our Tao, we won't have any say unless we're peerless heavenly talents. Even if we're peerless heavenly talents, as you've heard, Brother Fei, my younger brother, could compete with the main branch in the past, but his blood and spiritual heritage were pulled out and he died a tragic death. Therefore, whenever there's a chance, I hope that the Chao family will be destroyed." Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. "Without the Chao family as my backing, what can you give me? I think even if you can enter the arena competition this time and show your talent, you are still not strong enough. There will still be strong masters in the family who will pressure you. You might still be unable to escape your fate." Chao Mingda nodded. "Therefore, many years ago, we have been accumulating resources and building our connections. We have never used these people, not even once. We are waiting for their growth, and we are waiting for an opportunity. All the races in the East Sea Divine Realm will select talents from this 100,000-year competition. We have already decided to go to the capital of horror, which is a paradise of freedom. As long as we don't die and have a chance to continue to grow, we will return to the divine capital dynasty in the end and make these people pay the price." Han Fei was curious. "So many of you have been hiding your strength together for so many years. I don't think every one of you is so smart. Therefore, there should be a leader among you, right? It's this person who is giving advice and asking you to carefully disguise yourselves until now." Chao Mingda gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. "Since Brother Fei asked, I won't keep it a secret." Han Fei interrupted, "Are you sure you won't keep it a secret?" Chao Mingda explained, "He told us before the first round of the qualifiers that you must have been suspicious of us, so you had been testing us in the third round. He said that we could show our real strength in the fourth round. If you didn't take action, we could only accept our fate and see if we could survive. But if you did, you don't have to hide anything from you." "Oh?" Han Fei couldn't help but be interested. That person was really brave and intelligent. Han Fei thought of the names of those people and said, "Tell me who this person is. Is it the one smoking the pipe or the one playing with walnuts?" Chao Mingda couldn't help but grin. "Actually, it's Zhou Run." "Huh?" Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. "Zhou Run? The one playing with the back scratcher?" He thought this person might be Wu Bufan or Li Chen. He thought that Luo Dafei wasn't quite likely to be that person. As for Zhou Run, Han Fei would subconsciously ignore this person because he had almost no sense of existence. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This person had made it so that others couldn't remember him at all, but he was still in the group. He seemed to have no status in the group, but was still a member of the group. Who would have thought that such a marginal figure turned out to be the smartest one? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Although it was indeed beyond Han Fei's expectations, it didn't matter. Anyway, he had already guessed that Chao Mingde and the others were not simple. In fact, when he broke into the Dragon Fighting Street, Han Fei already knew that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in that damn place. Every family could easily mobilize 2 sky-opening realm cultivators. And the shop owners were not ordinary people either. Although Han Fei didn't look at the shop owners carefully, he knew that most of them weren't simple. Now, when Chao Mingde laid his cards on the table, Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, "There's one last question. If I save you, but offend your families, this deal will be a huge loss. What benefits can I get from you? Other than flattery?" Although Han Fei didn't care about offending the big clans of the divine capital dynasty, it didn't mean that he was willing to be taken for a ride. Chao Mingde said, "Zhou Run said that we really don't have enough resources to move you. However, we know the secret of the demon domain." Chao Mingde was about to speak, when Han Fei interrupted him. "Wait a minute. Is it that the world origin in the demon domain hasn't been polluted yet?" Hiss. "Ah, well." Chao Mingde widened his eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei didn't have many connections in the divine capital dynasty, right? How did he know about the demon domain? Regarding the demon domain, even they had spent a lot of effort to obtain the information. Chao Mingde asked timidly, "Brother Fei, where did you buy the intelligence?" When Chao Mingde said this, Han Fei's heart sank. He said, "I didn't buy the information. It's just a guess. But since you can even get this information, I'm afraid that everyone already knows it." Chao Mingde was confused for a moment. When Han Fei mentioned world origin, the capital they planned to trade with Han Fei was gone. Chao Mingde shivered. "We can find the entrance to the world origin." Han Fei sneered and cast out his fishing hook, fishing out the vast ocean. "Navigator," he said, "I can point out the entrance now." Chao Mingde. Seeing that Chao Mingde was confused, Han Fei said disdainfully, "Since you can get this information, so can others. Then your so-called entrance is meaningless. It's even very likely to be a trap." Chao Mingde suddenly raised his head. It seemed to be possible. Zhou Run had also said that this information needed to be considered carefully. When he laid his cards on the table with Han Fei, he shouldn't mention the entrance. Just now, he just blurted it out in a moment of desperation. Han Fei saw that Chao Mingde was also dumbfounded. Obviously, he himself didn't understand the situation. Although this guy only pretended to be a playboy, after so many years, he had inevitably developed some playboy's habits, and his thinking had degenerated. Chao Mingde didn't have anything else to say, but Han Fei said, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, according to my estimation, your time should be up in 2 months at most. Wu Bufan is the closest to here, and Zhou Run is not much behind him. They will meet us in half a month. If we take the initiative to go Over again, it won't take half a month. Han Fei felt that since Zhou Run was the leader of Qiaomingde and the others, he wanted to hear what kind of answer this person who disguised his appearance, strength, and personality as mediocre would give him. Han Fei didn't doubt the potential of Qiaomingde and the others, but he needed their explicit promise or remuneration. He was not free labor, and he would never do anything for free. Hearing that, Qiaomingde's eyes glittered. Brother Fei, you're so nice. Shall we go there now? The three of them. Han Fei grinned. Mingde. I, Han Fei, have always hated evil, but I also need a reason to kill. Tell me, what's this guy's name? Chao Buqi. Oh, right. What heinous crimes has Chao Buqi done? If he is a good person, I will never do anything to him. Or I'll feel uneasy. A good person? Qiaomingde almost burst out into laughter. Brother Fei, this guy deserved to be killed. You heard it just now. 4,800 years ago, I was still a boy. My brother was only a teenager. At that time, my brother was talented and awakened his divine bloodline. He became a law enforcer at the age of 7. Became an explorer at the age of 9, became a venerable at the age of 14, and was already a peak venerable at the age of 18. At that time, my brother's talent was the best in the Chao family. At that time, everyone thought that my brother had a chance to establish the CNA. 100 years, a chance to open the sky in 1,000 years, and a chance to become a monarch in the future. However, one day, in the Sky Crater world, there was an urgent war. We were chosen to go to support the army in the Sky Crater world, but Qiaomingde's eyes turned red and he shouted angrily, but the disciple of the main branch, Chao Bumi, instigated his uncle to scheme against my younger brother's divine heritage. They actually forcibly pulled out my brother's divine heritage alive. When it was found, they had already stolen my younger brother's divine heritage and added it to themselves. Fortunately, our branch's patriarch who went to the Sky Crater world found it out. However, what's done is done. No matter who has a divine heritage, it's a divine heritage. My younger brother has already been crippled. Even the patriarch of our branch can't do anything to them. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's eyes turned slightly cold. He really hated things like this. Didn't Shiman Lingyan end up in the Grand Desolate Village and meet him because her spiritual heritage was snatched? Qiaomingde's voice trembled. Back then, my aptitude was mediocre and I could barely be considered a heavenly talent. However, my younger brother knew that it would be difficult for him to survive, so he asked the patriarch to transfer all his divine blood to me. That's why I'm where I am today. I can't let go of the grudge of killing my younger brother, so I pretended to be a playboy and lived a befuddled life. Brother Fei, no matter what, I, Chao Mingde, will definitely seek justice from the main branch. Well, it was this guy who captured my younger brother back then. Han Fei nodded slightly. It seems that this person is indeed heinous and deserves to be executed. This, Chao Buqi, you kill him. Buzz. Qiaomingde trembled all over and the air billowed. Han Fei saw that Qiaomingde hammered Chao Buqi's body for 100 seconds, waking Chao Buqi up. Chao Buqi, who was woken up by the hammer, was stunned. Why was he suddenly heavily injured? He felt that most of his soul had been shattered. When he saw that Qiaomingde was burning his bones with the purple demon divine fire, he was horrified. Chow Mingda, how dare you kill me? The Chow family's main branch will not forgive you. You won't be able to survive in the divine capital dynasty. Chow Mingda grinned ferociously. It's none of your business. You abducted my younger brother back then. Have you ever thought of what will happen today? Ha ha ha. I'm going to extract your soul and refine it with the 9 heavens seal, burning it with the purple demon divine fire every day. While Chow Mingda was taking revenge, Han Fei forcibly erased the connection between the extreme cold pearl and Chow Buki. At this moment, it had become ownerless. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name Extreme Cold Pearl. Introduction. There used to be winter in the chaos. In the depths of the chaos, there is an extremely cold place. That place contains the profound meaning of the world's extreme cold. The extremely cold pearl was born from the cold sky giant beast. After freezing for 1,000,000 years in the extreme cold winter, it was naturally born. Wearing this pearl, you can use the extremely cold power of the pearl to suppress all fires, which is comparable to the strike of a monarch. Every time it's used, it has to be replenished in the extremely cold land. Quality ultra-quality godly weapon. Attached soul none. Effect it can suppress all fires and launch an ice strike. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks don't put a soul into it easily. The soul can't be fused with the pearl unless it's compatible with it. Wow. Han Fei was horrified to see that the extreme cold pearl could launch an attack comparable to that of a monarch. Had he actually acquired such a treasure? The strike of a monarch. This was the only treasure Han Fei had obtained in the sky-opening realm that could unleash the power of a monarch. It was indeed an ultra-quality godly weapon, a treasure. In Han Fei's opinion, this treasure even surpassed the god's prayer bead. Han Fei couldn't help but feel lucky that Chow Buki didn't directly use the ice strike of the extreme cold pearl on him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fortunately, he didn't underestimate this person and directly deprived him of his consciousness. Otherwise, once he had the chance to use this pearl, the outcome today would probably be reversed. At this moment, Chow Mingda was still crazy. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled and quietly killed the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator and the late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator. Even so, Han Fei didn't forget the other 2 guys who had been burnt to bones by Chow Mingda with the purple demon divine fire, but caught them back. Anyway, as long as their corpses were in his hands, he could find their origin stars. At that time, he would keep the origin C of this peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Cultivator for himself. The other 3 would be sacrificed to the god of war. He wondered what kind of divine technique the supreme divine technique the god of war mentioned was. A moment later, the place was a mess. The sky-opening realm demonic creatures that were quietly observing from a distance didn't attack rashly, but Han Fei knew that there were more demonic plants nearby. He didn't want to be hunted by another 7 or 8 sky-opening realm demonic creatures. He stopped Chow Mingda from destroying Chow Buki's broken body and threw him into his origin sea. Anyway, Chow Buki's soul had been extracted by Chow Mingda. It was just his body. Chow Mingda thought that Han Fei wanted to use his body as a puppet. He heard that Han Fei had a blood fiend puppet, which was very powerful. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In this 4th round of qualifiers, life and death were inevitable. If people hadn't been prepared to come in and kill, it was actually very difficult for them to meet others and choose to fight each other. This was because there were too many demonic creatures in the demon domain. They didn't have enough time to kill the demonic creatures. When the participants met, they would most likely travel in groups and join forces to fight the enemy. How could they easily fight each other? After going to another place with Chao Mingde, Han Fei was not in a hurry to find Zhou Run and the others. He simply found a relatively safe place, informed Chao Mingde, and entered his origin star. As for why he entered the origin star, Chao Mingde didn't know. Han Fei's behavior was strange. God knew what he was doing in his origin star. In fact, at this moment, Han Fei was bargaining with the god of war. Han Fei said, "Senior god of war, I've sacrificed 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators this time. I didn't touch their origin stars at all, and they're as good as new. Look, can you give me a few more seconds for the god of war?" Seal? The god of war was surprised. Didn't you usually hunt peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and the perfected star transformation realm cultivators? Why are you attacking the late-stage star transformation realm ones now? You know, these 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators are not even comparable to 1 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Han Fei said, "Senior god of war, you're wrong. After all, I just entered the star transformation realm. It was an accident that I killed peak-level late stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators. It's very difficult to kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Aren't you in a bad shape now? You have 3 origin stars anyway." The god of war thought for a moment and realized that his words did make sense. The 3 origin stars of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators weren't weak. Together, they were barely comparable to a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Unfortunately, Han Fei was still too weak. If he could sacrifice a monarch to him, TSK. The god of war sighed in his heart and then said, "All right, for the 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, I'll give you the duration of 150 seconds for the god of war seal. Otherwise, I'll suffer a loss." Han Fei was speechless. Only 150 seconds for 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Why did he feel that the god of war had become a little stingy recently? But forget it, 150 seconds was fine. Anyway, Chao Mingde and the others should have a lot of enemies, and there should be a chance later. As for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and Chao Buki, these 2 were special. Their origin stars should be relatively stronger. When his star core was born, he might still need a lot of vitality and energy. In any case, he should be prepared. It didn't matter even if their origin stars were found by the Star Sea Giant beasts during this period of time. If they were really the kind of Star Sea Giant beasts that he couldn't defeat, he could sacrifice them to the god of war. Even if he couldn't defeat them, how could the god of war not be able to? With this in mind, Han Fei felt refreshed. Now he finally had another trump card. If he really ran into a strong master like Zhao Qinglong, what could the god of war seal, that could only last dozens of seconds do? Han Fei looted the origin stars of Chao Buki and the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but he didn't use the vitality condensation technique. There were still 3 months before the birth of his star core. After he saved Show Run and the others, he could use them as bait to hunt the strong masters of these families. As time went by, his star core would almost take shape. During his time in the Origin Star, apart from chatting with the god of war, Hanfei was also trying to subdue the extreme cold Pearl. This kind of ultra-quality godly weapon could unleash a monarch-level strike. This was another trump card. If he encountered a strong opponent again, most people wouldn't be able to take this strike. After consuming a lot of qi and blood and finally subduing the extreme cold Pearl, Hanfei felt that there seemed to be a certain source of power sealed in the Pearl. This source of power, like the infinity water, could recover on its own. Another trump card. That's great. 10 days later. In a vast coral sea, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator were searching. The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, yes, this is the place where the little b** star disappeared. After that, the man crushed a jade slip and shouted, "Nephew Buffon, since you've come to this place, I can find you even if you have 1,000 ways to hide. Heh, in 2 days at most, 3 teams will arrive here with a total of 7 people. Heh, can't you continue to be a good-for-nothing? As long as you fool around on the Dragon Fighting Street with Chao Mingda, Luo Dafei, and the others, no one will care about you. But you insist on participating in the 100,000-year grand competition. As a good-for-nothing, don't you know that you can't participate in such a grand competition?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and released more than 200 thumb-sized silver fish. Then, the middle-aged man handed over a drop of essence blood, but the essence blood wasn't his. After the little fish smelled the drop of essence blood, they quickly began to search. In less than half an hour, the eyes of this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator lit up. "Found you." The 2 of them instantly shot away. In a place covered by demonic plants. There was a demonic plant, a demonic shell embedded in a huge coral tree. Bang! The middle-aged man nodded slightly. The cultivator in the late-stage star transformation realm penetrated the demonic shell with one blow. Buzz! The moment the demonic shell collapsed, a dazzling light explosion suddenly hit the eyeballs of these 2 people. Even the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's eyeballs were still pierced and burst. But that wasn't all. The moment the demonic shell exploded, infinite electric currents stirred all the creatures within tens of thousands of kilometers. These electric currents turned into rays of light and buckled the 2 cultivators in front of him. Some seals directly pressed down, and the late stage star transformation realm cultivator was directly suppressed without even having the strength to resist. As for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, a godly weapon-level battle suit appeared on his body. He held 2 short spears in both hands. Endless electric currents were attracted by the 2 short spears, but failed to trap him. He sneered. "Nephew Buffon, I know you have a godly weapon, the immortal trapping rope, but it's only a high-quality godly weapon. Although it's not weak, you're dreaming if you think you can suppress me with it." Boom! The sound of pipe smoking came from the void, and a lazy voice said, "Uncle, everyone knows that I have the immortal trapping rope. Do you think I'll use it as my trump card? Do you know why I like smoking my big pipe? Huh?" The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator felt that something was wrong. He wanted to get rid of the power of the immortal trapping rope, but he saw that the surrounding immortal trapping rope suddenly turned into a golden mist. Then, he tried to escape again, only to find that he couldn't move at all. Translator Kenyi Translations Editor Kenyi Translations. After continuously observing the real strength of Chao Mingde and Wu Bufan, Han Fei was no longer interested in their strength. He only felt that these guys were actually quite ruthless. In a way, they had the same goal as him, which was to endure and persist. Even if he was very high profile in the Divine Capital Dynasty, if he returned to the chaotic wasteland, he would have to keep a low profile again. No matter how vast it was, and how many strong masters there were outside the chaotic wasteland was still the chaotic wasteland, presided over by monarchs and with the three cities competing for supremacy. Although he was talented and had endless fortuitous encounters, what he faced was not one or two enemies, but a superpower presided over by monarchs. Chao Mingde and Wu Bufan were in the same situation as him. Perhaps the cause was different, but their ultimate goals were all to overthrow their rotten family where they had lived for many years. It was a pity that Wu Bufan was not in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm after all. If he continued to fight head-on, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator might be seriously injured, but Wu Bufan would definitely die. Therefore, Han Fei took action in the end. When Wu Bufan saw Han Fei and Chao Mingde, he let out a long sigh of relief. They finally took action after watching for so long. When Han Fei appeared, the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator naturally had no chance to survive. In terms of basic combat power, Han Fei was no weaker than an ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. However, it was unrealistic for him to kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator with his real combat power. Since he could use the void-stealing technique, why didn't he use it? He didn't need to polish himself and tap into his potential now. Depriving the two of their consciousness, Han Fei suppressed and penetrated them. Of course, their broken bodies were collected by Han Fei. In fact, if it weren't for the void-stealing technique, he might not have been able to stop a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator from self-detonating. Han Fei felt that the speed at which his star core was condensed was still a little slow. According to this speed, in a few days, there would be 4 or 5 people chasing Wu Bufan. Should he sacrifice these people or keep them to dig out their star cores? Because Han Fei hadn't condensed his own star core yet, he didn't know if his origin star had enough energy and vitality. If these people were sacrificed to the god of war, what if he needed energy and vitality? After a while, Wu Bufan grinned and said, "Brother Fei, thank you for your help." Han Fei nodded slightly, then took out the big pipe that Wu Bufan gave him and took the initiative to smoke. Puff. Huff. Han Fei said leisurely, "Bufan, why don't you stuff a strange fire crystal into my pipe too?" Wu Bufan scratched his head in embarrassment. How could this thing be stuffed so easily? He couldn't help but say, "If Brother Fei wants it, I'll definitely get you one in the future." Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Wu Bufan. "I'm not joking with you." Wu Bufan frowned as if he had made a major decision. He immediately said, "Brother Fei, if I can survive the 4th round, I'll get you a strange fire crystal like mine. Unfortunately, mine has been ruined. Otherwise, I would definitely give it to you." Han Fei felt that Wu Bufan's secret body tempering technique with the big pipe was very brilliant. Although he was smoking the big pipe, in fact, he was tempering his body with the strange fire crystal every day and nourishing the strange fire crystal at the same time. At the critical moment, it was a powerful blow. This battle was enough to show that if the peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivator didn't have a high-quality godly weapon-level battle suit, he would probably be killed by the strange fire crystal. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, let's wait a few days. Bufan, you continue to be the bait, but I'll take action next. Wu Bufan was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Fei. 3 days later, Han Fei solved a total of 5 people in 3 waves. Among them, 1 was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and 4 were in the late-stage star transformation realm. In order to deal with their own kind, these big clans had really tried their best and directly mobilized 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. They really thought too highly of Wu Bufan and the others. However, Han Fei felt that he could make a sacrifice. This was because he already had 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 6 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Among them, Chao Buki might be regarded as a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. So, above Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei said, Senior God of War, I'm really generous this time, aren't I? I sent 6 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to you as sacrifices. This time, one of them is even a core disciple of a major clan. His bloodline is extraordinary, and his origin star is also quite extraordinary. He is a 450,000 kilometer star transformation cultivator. The God of War seemed quite happy and quickly responded, Good, good. Your hunting speed is not bad. Well, plus the previous 3, these people are comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. If you can get a monarch. Han Fei said gloomily, Senior, it's not impossible to kill a monarch, but you have to give me a way to kill a monarch. If I provoke a monarch now, I'll be killed easily by him with a slap. The God of War seemed to be in a good mood and replied, Well, there's a big gap between monarchs. But don't be hasty for now. Don't fight any monarch until you reach the perfected star transformation realm. This time, I'll give you 350 seconds for the God of War seal. Han Fei asked, Senior, about the Supreme Divine Technique. God of War said, No hurry. Come to me when your star core is condensed. Han Fei thought to himself, Soon. It will only be 3 months. Just wait. The demon domain was definitely not a small place, but although it seemed dangerous, in fact, neither the demonic sources nor the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm were very interested in Han Fei and the other participants. That was mainly because the participants like Han Fei didn't have any ominous power in their bodies, and it was difficult to kill them. Therefore, an existence who could become a demonic source was actually not stupid. There was no benefit in beating you. Why should I beat you? However, the participants' missions required them to kill Sea Establisher, demonic creatures, Sky Opener demonic creatures, and demonic sources. With nearly 150,000 participants, how many demonic creatures must they kill? Therefore, although this world seemed dangerous, Han Fei and the other participants were actually the invaders. Furthermore, they were the crazy kind of invaders who came in to kill. On the 37th day after Han Fei came in, he met up with Zhou Run. When Han Fei saw Zhou Run, he was hunting a demonic spider in the sky-opening realm. As if realizing that Han Fei had come, Zhou Run set up a sealing bell and activated it. As the bell rang, all the creatures hearing it were trapped. Suppressing the demonic spider, Zhou Run took out a 64-piece scimitar and struck out a dense scimitar storm, cutting apart the soul and body of the demonic spider. After harvesting the spider, Zhou Run unhurriedly took the life origin crystal of this demonic spider. Then, Zhou Run cupped his hands in the air and said, "Brother Fei, I know you're here. I'm fine here. Brother Fei, you don't have to observe me." Before Han Fei said anything, Chao Mingda said, "Ah Run, isn't anyone hunting you? Why are you still in the mood to hunt demonic creatures here?" Seeing Han Fei and the others appear, Zhou Run smiled faintly. "There are. My family sent 8 people, but they are already dead." Even Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. How strong was Zhou Run? Could he kill 8 cultivators? If the cultivators were as strong as the cultivators from the Chao family and the Wu family just now, how could Zhou Run be a match for them? Wu Bufan said, "Zhou Run, don't lie to me. Wasn't there any peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivator pursuing you?" Zhou Run nodded. "Yes. There are 2 of them. Fortunately, it's not much. Otherwise, it wouldn't waste more of my time dealing with them." Wu Bufan asked, "How did you kill them? Can you beat them?" Chao Mingda nodded. "That's right. Even if you have more trump cards than me. They are peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. How can you kill them so easily?" Zhou Run smiled faintly. "It's true that I can't beat them, but you don't have to use your hands in a fight. Sometimes, you can use your brain. Don't forget that we are in the demon domain. There are many more sky openers here than in the 100,000-year competition." Han Fei's interest was piqued. "How did you kill them?" Zhou Run smiled and said, "To cooperate with a demonic source." "What? Do demonic sources have intelligence?" F***ck, Ah Run, are you crazy? Wu Bufan and Chao Mingda were dumbfounded, but Han Fei was fine. He was just a little surprised. "Is the demonic source willing to cooperate with you?" Zhou Run smiled faintly. "In fact, as long as you think about the origin of the demon domain carefully, you can understand. The demonic source is a special existence in the origin ground. What they need is a strange dark matter. And we clearly don't have this dark matter. Therefore, we don't necessarily have to be enemies with the creatures of the demon domain. Whether we are enemies or friends depends on how we manage our relationship." Han Fei asked, "Have you seen a demonic source? Did it attack you?" Zhou Run nodded slightly. "No. In the demon domain, the basic demonic creatures are everywhere. They provide the power of darkness to stronger demonic creatures, and stronger demonic creatures will feed them vitality and energy. Even between sky-opening realm demonic creatures and demonic sources, there is such a relationship. Since they are all like this, it means that in the territory ruled by the demonic source, what the demonic source needs is not vitality, energy, or the great Tao. What it needs is the dark matter. So, as long as you help it get dark matter, it will help you." Han Fei asked, "Aren't you worried that it will attack you after eating too much dark matter?" Zhou Run thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. My condition is to only help him get 2 demonic sources. According to my calculations, the demonic sources in the demon domain often have conflicts under normal circumstances. Then how do they resolve conflicts? When a demonic source appears, they will not hesitate to transmit their crisis to the nearby demonic sources. And the nearby demonic sources will be willing to help, because they are unwilling to let other demonic sources dominate nearby. Otherwise, their own survival will be threatened. But even so, many demonic sources will definitely be killed by other demonic sources. But there are so many demonic sources in the demon domain, but there aren't many monarchs. This doesn't make sense. If the demonic sources devour dark matter between each other, many monarchs should have been born here. Han Fei asked, so? Zhou Run paused. Therefore, I think that there are 2 big problems for a demonic source to advance to a monarch. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Seeing that Wu Bufan and Chao Mingda were both a little stunned, Zhou Run smiled. Firstly, the demonic source doesn't allow the other demonic sources nearby to dominate alone. If they find out, they will link up with each other and attack together. As a result, all the demonic sources develop in a balanced manner, and no one is much stronger than the other. Even if a demonic source forcefully swallows the few demonic sources nearby, the other demonic sources will immediately react, forcing that demonic source to either share the dark matter or die. Han Fei was taken aback. This guy really had the potential to be a mastermind. No wonder he could lead Chao Mingda and the others to endure for so long. Han Fei asked with interest, and the second? Zhou Run added, secondly, I think that even if the demonic source has obtained enough dark matter, they still need some conditions to advance to the monarch realm. This condition limits their advancement to the monarch realm. I guess that this condition is either that there is an unknown level above the demonic source, or that they need a special promotion condition, which may be an item or an environment. I don't know what it is, but they may have to meet these 2 promotion conditions at the same time before they advance to the monarch level. Han Fei nodded slightly. He had the demon purification pot, so he knew that the demonic source didn't have much combat power, which meant that even if they were already in the perfected star transformation realm, they were still very weak. The only way to make them stronger was to mold their true bodies. This was the fundamental reason why they wanted to obtain the ominous power. Therefore, one of the conditions for promotion that Zhou Run mentioned was to create the true body of the demonic source. And this true body was probably not a monarch. Between the true body and a monarch, there might be a key to advancement. Therefore, this was the fundamental reason why most demonic sources in the demon domain couldn't advance to the monarch realm. Pa. Han Fei couldn't help but applaud. It had to be said that Zhou Run's analysis, without the help of the demon purification pot, was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei smiled and didn't continue the topic. Zhou Run had already F***king joined forces with a demonic source and killed 2 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei wasn't surprised at it. He felt that if it weren't for the fact that he had many means, it would probably be difficult for him to conquer the territory of a demonic source alone. Besides, the people hunting Zhou Run didn't come together. They were all teleported at random. Even if they could sense each other, they rarely waited for others to come together. After all, in the eyes of these so-called hunters, Chow Mingde and Wu Bufan were rubbish. Even if they were disguised, how strong could they be? Peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were the most inclined to look down upon them because they could be very sure that Chow Mingde and the others were not in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and they had some understanding of their previous information, so it was easy for them to make prompt decisions and attack them rashly. For example, when he observed Chow Mingde, there were only 2 people at the beginning. It was only when 3 more people came later that the people chasing Chow Mingde got together. Han Fei, with your wisdom, why did you take Chow Mingde and Wu Bufan with you? I think if it were you, you might have had a way to escape from the divine capital dynasty. Wu Bufan and Chow Mingde were speechless. He made it sound like they were brainless. Zhou Run smiled faintly. Strength in numbers. Although I have a way to leave, it's too difficult to establish a powerful faction. However, Mingde, Bufan, and the others actually have very, very good potential. They're no worse than the so-called geniuses of the main branches, or even better. And such people are actually more or less in various large families. Brother Fei, I don't know if you know, but the super-strength families that have existed for millions of years hide countless dirty and dark things. There are actually many people like me, Mingde, and Bufan. It's far easier to unite these people than to go to the wilderness to re-establish a faction myself. Furthermore, with a combination like ours, our growth upper limit will be extremely high. Wu Bufan nodded. Yes. We actually have a lot of partners. Chow Mingde said, some of them are still perfectly hidden even now. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. There are so many people coming and going from the divine capital dynasty. Why do you want to leave through the 100,000 year competition? Zhou Run said, because our families are not united. In the 100,000 year competition, we need someone to see us and know us. Secondly, we have to choose a powerful faction to join so that we have a chance to make a comeback. In the end, some of our essence blood will be extracted the moment we're born. If it weren't for the fact that our souls hadn't taken shape yet, our souls would definitely have been extracted too. If we rashly leave the divine capital dynasty, we will definitely be discovered. There are people in our family who specialize in preventing traitors. If we leave the divine capital dynasty, the probability of us escaping is almost 0. Han Fei asked, so, after the 100,000 year competition, will someone come to select talents? Zhou Run nodded. All the powerful forces in the East Sea Divine Realm will send someone over. Han Fei said, then you can openly betray your families? Zhou Run nodded. That's right. What the big clans want is the face. At that time, they will definitely respect our choice on the surface. Even if they know that we betray them, they will have to watch us betray them with a smile. And congratulate us for becoming a disciple of the capital of horror. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Sounds interesting. Zhou Run nodded. Yes, very interesting. Wu Bufan said, when the time comes, we will be outside, but there will be our men in the divine capital dynasty. After plotting for thousands of years, one day, we will return and take back everything we lost. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He had to admit that Zhou Run and the others were more enduring than him. It had been thousands of years since the beginning of their plan. But their plan would continue another thousands of years. But what about him? Han Fei felt that if he could do it in one day, he shouldn't delay it to the next day. Even if there were no conditions, he would create conditions. He challenged the heavenly race, acted in a high-profile manner, looted crazily, and collected money greedily just to rise quickly. However, compared to Zhou Run and the others, he had more opportunities. Han Fei nodded. So, what can you give me in the end? I don't think Chao Mingda and Wu Bufan can explain it clearly. Zhou Run added, recently, I can create conditions for Brother Fei to obtain the world origin of this world. Han Fei asked, how? Zhou Run paused. Let me tell you something simple first. Brother Fei should know the world origin of this world hasn't been polluted by dark matter yet. Right? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Zhou Run asked, Brother Fei, have you ever thought why Great Monarch East Marshal placed the 4th round of qualifiers in the demon domain and gave us 3 missions? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, Zhou Run didn't give Han Fei a chance to think and explain directly, because this is also a gift of opportunity. It's one of the rewards that countless people deserve to have passed the wilderness and the 3 qualifiers. Perhaps most people think the reward is the life origin crystals and the abundant resources here, but in fact, the greatest reward is the world origin of this origin ground. Han Fei said, get to the point. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was stunned. No, to be precise, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Zhou Run's answer was beyond Han Fei's expectation. These heavenly talents who were disguised themselves as good-for-nothings, and had been enduring for so many years wanted to give their cause that they had been planning for thousands of years and even tens of thousands of years to him. Who would believe that? In fact, after hearing Zhou Run's plan, Han Fei knew that although this plan was difficult, they might haven't even taken the first step. However, so many people were risking their lives to take this first step. Therefore, Han Fei believed that if they took this first step, their potential would be huge. Since they had all participated in the 100,000-year competition, and since someone in their clan had already begun to issue an obliteration order on them, the betrayal had already begun from this moment. As long as they didn't die, or some of them didn't die, it was inevitable that they would take this first step. The current person in charge of an organization with excellent executive and planning power, secret support, and potential said that I would become the second in command and give the position of the leader to you. From then on, you will be the founder of our organization and the mastermind behind the scenes. Although Han Fei had seen countless people, he had never thought that this would happen to him. Huff. Why? Han Fei paused for a few seconds and didn't think of an answer. In any case, he and Zhou Run had only met by chance. They had only met a few times through Feng Xingliu. Why did Zhou Run trust him so much? Han Fei thought that Zhou Run might want to borrow his strength to deal with the big clans. However, he hadn't even reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm yet. Even if he could kill a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, it didn't mean anything. With this, why would Zhou Run and the others dare to bet? Therefore, Han Fei didn't understand. Zhou Run said, Brother Fei challenged the heavenly race. In fact, 90% of the people in the Divine Capital Dynasty don't think you can leave the Divine Capital Dynasty alive. But if you leave the Divine Capital Dynasty and survive, Safely, it proves Brother Fei's potential, strength, and even background. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, we don't need to know your background, Brother Fei. Maybe you're from the wild ancient race or the Time Temple, but that's not important. What's important is that you probably can't resist the temptation of being our master because we may make a great force in the future. Han Fei grinned. Are you sure? Zhou Run added, Brother Fei, you are the first person in the history of the Divine Capital Dynasty to defeat the entire Dragon Fighting Street in order to sell qualification tokens. Han Fei said gloomily, is there no third reason? Zhou Run smiled. There is. We all agree that you are not afraid of power and even dare to fight it head-on. This is very suitable for the purpose of our organization. Being complimented for no reason, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. You give such an organization to me just for this? Zhou Run added, Brother Fei, in fact, we can have a win-win result. Our current goal is to escape and grow up so that we can deal with the big clans in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Our goal is very long-term and can't be achieved in a day. Brother Fei, no matter what you want to use this organization for, you will try to make it strong. Only a powerful faction is qualified to be used. Han Fei asked, how can I guarantee that you'll listen to me? What if you betray me in the future? Zhou Run shook his head. Brother Fei, you want to borrow our strength, and we naturally want to borrow yours too. As long as we have enough value to each other, there's no point in betrayal. Besides, Brother Fei, with your personality, will you be afraid of betrayal? Han Fei thought for a moment. It seemed that he wasn't afraid indeed. He had many enemies. If he suffered a backlash, he would only have one more enemy in the future. But what if his decision created a force comparable to or even stronger than the City of Wanderers? Han Fei said, I don't care if you betray me or not, indeed. Any other reason? Zhou Run, no. Han Fei immediately tilted his head and took a deep look at Zhou Run. You're really AF * King talent. I can't believe I can't refute you. Yes, Han Fei had to admit that he was deeply moved. Zhou Run was too sharp-eyed. He really didn't care about these so-called big clans. Anyway, after leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, there was no Han Fei in this world. His name might be Zhang Daqian, Neza, or Ren Tianfei. Anyway, his name wouldn't be Han Fei. Besides, if he really had such strength, he would take them to the chaotic wasteland to slaughter the monarchs, and then it might even be able to suppress the City of Wanderers. Furthermore, this faction's goal was to annihilate the big clans. Han Fei had done this once, no, twice. The first time was in the former Yu City with Shiman Lingyan, and the second was in the Thousand Star City where he suppressed the Thousand Star City. As the saying went, if there was one, there would be two. If there were two, there would be three. If he really killed these big clans in the future, how many resources and divine techniques would be waiting for him? Han Fei had no reason not to be tempted by Zhou Run's answer. At the same time, Han Fei knew that although he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he wasn't a decoration. He had to contribute. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid for them to hire a decoration as the mastermind? The three of them saw Han Fei slowly smile and ask leisurely, okay, what's the name of our organization? Zhou Run? Wu Bufan? Chao Mingda? Wu Bufan and Chao Mingda looked at each other. So realistic? It becomes our organization now? The corner of Zhou Run's mouth twitched. I really haven't decided yet. We haven't left the Divine Capital Dynasty yet. Han Fei waved his hand. It's okay. I've already thought about it. This name suits our organization very well. Let's call it the Avengers. Everyone? The three of them were speechless. Do you move your role so quickly? But it seems that, yes, they had already explained everything to him. Of course, Han Fei is already the mastermind of the organization. Chao Mingda said, I agree with this name. Isn't this the purpose that we have endured for so many years? Wu Bufan nodded slightly. I didn't expect Brother Fei to be so smart. I've never thought about this, but Brother Fei thought of it in the blink of an eye. Zhou Run smiled. Brother Fei, do we not need to investigate now? Luo Dafei, Li Chen, and the others shouldn't be far away. They are also targeted by their families. Han Fei immediately turned serious. Brothers, let's go. Whoever dares to bully the people of the Avengers will be killed. Everyone. Zhou Run and the others felt that Han Fei immediately perked up. This was a little different from the Han Fei in Zhou Run's impression. Did they entrust their organization to the wrong person? It only took Han Fei and the others 7 days to save the remaining people. However, 3 of the people in that group had already died and could no longer get any message from them. Han Fei could do nothing about it. After all, not only could he sense them, but many others could also sense them. But in the end, Zhou Run, Chao Mingda, Wu Bufan, Li Chen, and Luo Dafei had all been rescued. The main reason was that these people had more trump cards. Ordinary people couldn't take them down in a short time. At this moment, the group of people gathered together. Han Fei said, Everyone, the members of the Avengers are all here today. Now, I need you to act as bait first. If there are still people sent by the big families to kill you, they will probably arrive in the next month. In order not to let them affect our future actions, we have to catch them all in the next few months. Li Chen said, Yes. Brother Fei, I've only killed a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. The others have been tricked into going in other directions by me with a substitute godly weapon. They should have discovered it now. Luo Dafei said, There should still be people from my family coming at me. Another month passed. Han Fei and the others had already attacked as many as 7 times, killing a total of 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and 13 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After Han Fei looted these people, he found 2 godly weapons. Then, Han Fei sacrificed the 13 people to the God of War, receiving a round of praise from the God of War. Of course, now the duration of the God of War seal was 1128 seconds. In addition to the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators that were sacrificed to the God of War, there were 6 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators stuffed in Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei had kept the origin stars of these people for himself. In a month or so, his star core would be condensed. He didn't know if he needed energy or vitality. If he didn't need it, he would sacrifice them to the God of War. On this day, Zhou Run said, Brother Fei, I estimate that the deaths of so many people should alert the people who came to hunt us. Even if there are still some, there can't be many of them. We should be able to deal with them. We should complete the mission of the demonic source first. Han Fei said, yes. How can a mere demonic source resist the army of the Avengers? Let's go and complete our mission first. When Han Fei and Zhou Run went to complete the mission, they would also loot the resources under the territories of the demonic sources. Fighting alone was completely different from fighting with a group of people. Especially the guys around Han Fei, they were all hidden strong masters. All of them added up could definitely suppress a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, so when they faced the demonic sources, with Han Fei's abnormal combat power, the mission was not difficult to finish at all. However, there was once when they escaped for life and gave up the territory of a demonic source. This was because the surrounding demonic sources seemed to have joined forces. More than 200 demonic creatures of the sky opening realm surrounded them. Even Han Fei had to run. Anyway, the demon domain was very large. If they couldn't fight here, they could just go to the other side. It was not a big deal. 4 months and 5 days after Han Fei and the others entered the demon domain, they were completing tasks for Luo Dafei. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He said, after defeating this demonic source, I'll cultivate in seclusion for a few days or months. I'll leave a clone outside. If anything happens, call me immediately. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei, and Han Fei didn't explain. Because his star core had already condensed at this moment. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. On his origin star, as soon as Han Fei arrived, he immediately felt that his origin star seemed to have become desolate and lacked vitality. He tried to feel the life river of his origin star, only to find that the life river that should have been filled by 1/3 had only 1/10 of its vitality left, which was still decreasing. Han Fei's first reaction was that his origin star's vitality had been greatly reduced. But on second thought, it didn't seem right. Theoretically speaking, the vitality of his origin star was fixed. Vitality and lifespan were different. For example, if his previous vitality was 100, it wouldn't suddenly become 10. This didn't match the conservation of energy. Therefore, Han Fei immediately realized that something was wrong. It wasn't that his vitality had decreased, but that the theoretical lifespan of his origin star had increased. When his vitality remained the same, the size of the river became bigger, so the vitality seemed less. After realizing all this, Han Fei immediately came to the location of his star core. This was the first time Han Fei had seen his star core. It was like a huge fireball emitting a fiery red light. There were spurs extending out of the fireball. Those spurs were not physical, but a random act of energy pulsation. On the surface of the fireball, Dao runes appeared and circulated on the star core. Han Fei could even feel the extremely rich vitality in this fireball. At present, most of the vitality and energy of his origin star had gathered in the star core. Besides, the star core wouldn't release the energy and vitality immediately, which would take a long time. The entire star core had a diameter of more than 8,100 kilometers. This was the largest star core Han Fei had seen so far. Besides, the size of the star core was very interesting. He had a 81,000 kilometer star transformation, and the star core was 8,100 kilometers large. There must be a connection. It seemed that it was best for him to turn his origin C into a star when the length of his origin C reached a heavenly number, so was it the same case for his star core birth? However, the top priority was not to add vitality to his origin star. Han Fei's first reaction when he saw the star core was to feel the throbbing of the surrounding ground veins. The ground veins were trying to connect to the star core. Han Fei realized that he had to take advantage of this time to connect with his origin star, which was a closer connection in the sense of life. Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in front of his star core. The origin, spiritual heritage and eternal darkness, spiritual heritage that had been serving as his heavenly heritage were operating at the same time. These were two completely different methods of circulation, but they had something in common, which was that certain main meridians were shared. At this moment, Han Fei's two spiritual heritages emerged at the same time. His entire body was golden and had a holy light. Like a thread, there seemed to be an invisible heritage, connecting the ground veins and the star core. This might be a spontaneous connection between the original body and the origin star. It should be a stage that everyone would inevitably experience during the star transformation process. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months passed. It wasn't until the 8th month, which was equivalent to about a day in the outside world, that Han Fei, who was cultivating, finally felt refreshed. It was a strange feeling. He seemed to sense the true meaning of the world, the truth of the universe, the dust of all things, the lush vegetation, and the infinity of life. When Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, he felt that the two completely different rivers of life began to fuse after the star transformation ended. Logically speaking, his original body's lifespan was only 1,000,000 years. How could it compare to a star? However, this fusion didn't mean complete fusion. It was an understanding of life. For example, if he died now, his origin star would immediately stop growing and become an ownerless star, slowly blooming with his energy and vitality. When his vitality couldn't maintain the natural operation of the star, it might be time for his origin star to turn into a scorching sun and burn up itself crazily. But no matter what, at this moment, Han Fei knew that his path of star transformation had been completed. His soul power and his own strength suddenly increased significantly. Han Fei was not surprised. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at his message. Owner, Han Fei. Level 106, Sky Opening, Star Transformation. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Evolving, 86/13, 064 years. Immortal Chi, 400,000. Soul, 7.88 Origins, 7,882,598 points. Perception range, 8 million kilometers. Strength, 7.90 Star powers, 7,905,214 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 99. Second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 101. Main art, Void Fishing level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch level, Ultra. Quality. Huh? When Han Fei saw his information, he was actually a little surprised. He thought that he would cross level 106 and surpass the star transformation realm. However, he was still stuck in the star transformation realm. Could it be that there was something he hadn't completed in the star transformation realm? Also, although his soul and strength had both been significantly improved by almost 10%, and his soul power seemed to have increased by more than 700,000 points. He still felt that something was wrong. It wasn't easy for him to transform his origin seat into a star. But his comprehensive strength had only increased by about 10%. It was not that Han Fei despised the improvement, but it was very different from the so-called qualitative leap. If you increased my strength by 30%, I could say that it was a qualitative leap, but with only a 10% increase, Han Fei had to reconsider if there was something he hadn't completed in the star transformation realm. Therefore, Han Fei immediately went to find the answer about the realm he didn't know. Therefore, in the starry sky, the altar rose, and a fire curtain rose. God of War, oh! Why didn't you make a sacrifice today? Han Fei said, Senior God of War, I'm full of questions now. My star core has been formed, and my original body has been connected to the ground veins and star core of my origin star. I can already feel the fusion of the rivers of life. By rights, my star transformation should have ended, right? But why do I feel that my strength hasn't taken a qualitative leap? I feel that my overall strength has only increased by about 10%. What? Your star core has been formed? At that time, the God of War couldn't have felt worse. When did he enter the star transformation realm? 1 year ago? 2 years ago? Anyway, it hadn't exceeded 3 years. From the beginning of star transformation to the birth of a star core, it only took him 3 years. Was this kid the reincarnation of a god? Han Fei said, That's right. Senior God of War, is there anything I haven't comprehended in the star transformation realm? After a moment of silence, the God of War said, You're cultivating so fast. Aren't you worried that your foundation is unstable? Han Fei said, Senior God of War, did I forget to tell you that there is a great Tao of time among the great Taos I walk? God of War? Immediately, the God of War seemed to understand. He was originally shocked. But when he heard the great Tao of time, he immediately understood. No wonder. I was wondering how anyone could complete the star transformation stage in just 2 years. So you have a time acceleration technique. Hey! Has the time temple come to you? The God of War didn't answer Han Fei's question immediately but asked, Has the time temple come to you if you walk the great Tao of time? Yes. But I just ignored them. We're on different paths. The God of War cursed in his heart. Stop showing off, you little B***starred. However, the God of War still reminded him, Han Fei, it's best if you do as you say. There's no need to join the 3 temple. You don't even know the meaning of their existence. Therefore, it's best not to join if you can avoid it. As for you saying that you don't feel a qualitative leap, that's only natural. Now, is there a lack of energy and vitality in other places on your origin star except for the star core? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Is there not enough energy and vitality? God of War, if you want to reach the peak, that's naturally not enough. Do you remember what I told you should do next? Han Fei said, Inject vitality. Indeed, my origin star seems to lack a lot of vitality now. But what I can't figure out is, even if I inject vitality into it, what will happen? Body tempering? God of War, do you remember what I told you? After entering the star transformation realm, you don't have to embark on the star path? Han Fei responded, I remember. God of War, then do you remember that I said I would teach you a supreme divine technique? Excited, Han Fei responded again, I remember. God of War, I didn't tell you before because I wanted to see your exact state. After you finish the star transformation. Now, I'll teach you the first step. To practice the supreme divine technique. The first step? God of War, haha. The birth of a star core is only relative. If you have no one to teach you, what are you going to do next? Han Fei thought for a moment. Based on the current situation, I must have missed something in the star transformation realm. So, my next step must be to get more energy and vitality. At least I can't let my origin star continue to be so unstable. God of War, however, when a large amount of vitality and energy are injected, they will continue to be absorbed by the star core. Then what are you going to do? Han Fei said, it takes time for the star core to absorb energy and vitality. Right? I should be able to stabilize it without accelerating time and abandoning the array that gathers energy and vitality. God of War, why do you want to stabilize the star core? Han Fei paused and suddenly realized that stars seemed to have a period of silence. However, the God of War directed the topic to the star core itself. He wanted him to pay more attention to the star core itself. Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, do you mean that there is still room for improvement on the star core itself? Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. Compared to the star core of Qianxing, the size and quality of the star core of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator he had once killed were different. Han Fei couldn't help but respond, is there still room for the star core to continue to condense? Continuously compressing the star core, so that the star core of the same size can gather more energy and vitality. Although their mass will be greater, their intensity will definitely be higher. God of War, you're quite perceptive. In fact, you'll find this out after you try to inject vitality and energy. And the first step to practice the supreme divine technique I'm going to teach you is to compress your star core 1,000 times. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. How many times? Han Fei was shocked by the God of War's words. Holy **T, he asked me to compress my star core 1,000 times. Won't it explode? Fortunately, Han Fei was very accepting. He immediately asked, Senior God of War, why don't you directly teach me the supreme divine technique? The God of War responded by scolding Han Fei, what do you know? You can't be hasty. One step at a time. Do you think it's difficult to compress it 1,000 times? Try compressing it 1,000 times in your own way first. This is the first step, but it's actually a basic test. Han Fei said, that's not right. Senior God of War, if I keep pouring energy and vitality into it, wouldn't I have to continuously compress it forever? God of War, well, I'll give you a standard. When your golden jade marrow is full, you can stop. Huh? Han Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Was it related to the golden jade marrow? Right, since he was going to continue to inject energy and vitality, this step should be injecting vitality. After injecting vitality, wouldn't it be body tempering? However, Han Fei didn't know why the golden jade marrow would be produced when the star core was compressed. Before Han Fei was about to end the conversation, the God of War reminded him. Remember, before you compress the star core 1,000 times, don't add vitality and energy to your origin stars. Do remember it. Han Fei asked, why? God of War, you'll find out later. With doubts, Han Fei ended the conversation with the god of war. In any case, he now had a direction. Besides, a 10% increase in strength was still a 10% increase. His 10% increase was different from others' 10% increase. Han Fei didn't leave the origin star but returned to the star core. Hearing what the god of war said, he didn't inject vitality or dig out other people's star cores to replenish his energy. He needed to figure out how to compress the star cores first. Logically speaking, the most basic compression method was to suppress it with pressure. This wasn't very difficult, so Han Fei directly began. The star core had just been born. Although it contained infinite energy and vitality, it was not completely solid at this time. It was more in a sticky, semi-solid state, or even a loose liquid state. Therefore, the first step, the most basic star core compression, was not very difficult for Han Fei. And the compression of 1,000 times that the god of war said was actually to reduce the radius by 10 times according to the volume formula. Of course, if the mass was the same and the radius was compressed to 1/10 the size, it meant that the density of his star core would inevitably skyrocket. At first, Han Fei didn't think too much about it. The god of war said that he would understand it if he did it. Then he would just focus on compressing the star core. However, it only took Han Fei one day to reduce the size of the star core to 80% of its original size. 3 days later, Han Fei reduced the radius of the star core to half its previous size, which was 2,025 kilometers. However, Han Fei found two problems, one good and the other bad. The good thing was that if he compressed the star core, his strength would increase slightly. His strength had increased by about 1%. The bad thing was that it was more and more difficult to suppress it through pressure. At this moment, Han Fei had to use the power of the Great Tao. He locked the space within the range and squeezed the star core crazily. It was also at this moment that Han Fei felt the resistance and countershock of the star core's energy. Buzz. In just 3 or 5 days, Han Fei's battle suit had all been destroyed, melted under the unusually high temperature. Han Fei could feel that his body was burning, and the surging energy in his body was frantically washing his body. Phew. Power backfeeding? Han Fei was shocked because he sensed the abnormality of the golden jade marrow. Subconsciously, Han Fei began to operate body refining techniques. 10 days later, when Han Fei compressed the radius of his star core to 1,600 kilometers, he gave birth to a drop of golden jade marrow, which made Han Fei extremely excited. However, Han Fei knew that it was because he had received a huge amount of energy backfeeding in an extremely short period of time. In addition, the origin star seemed to have backfed him to a certain extent too, so this drop of golden jade marrow was produced. If the current situation remained the same, Han Fei estimated that in the next few months, he should obtain a drop of golden jade marrow every month until he completely adapted to the strength of the star core. Of course, Han Fei didn't stop there. The god of war's instructions to him was to use his own method to compress it 1,000 times, which was to reduce the radius by 10 times. His original radius was 4,050 kilometers. If it was 10 times smaller, it should be 405 kilometers. Now he was still far from this goal. 1 month later, Han Fei's star core was compressed to 1,200 kilometers. At this time, Han Fei found that it was already extremely difficult to compress it with the Great Tao. When compressing the star core, a huge amount of energy dissipated and was absorbed by him, washing his body. In this month, Han Fei gave birth to 6 drops of golden jade marrow. If one great Tao is not powerful enough, I'll use 2. If 2 are not enough, I'll use 3. 3 months later, the radius of Han Fei's star core was compressed to 800 kilometers. At this time, Han Fei felt that his star core had become extremely solid. The huge star core, with a radius of 4,050 kilometers, had now shrunk by nearly 5 times. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't press any more, although in the past 3 months, his golden jade marrow had increased by 42 drops. Unfortunately, the compression of the star core still stopped. Han Fei had been sitting cross-legged here for 3 days. In fact, the mission given to him by the god of war was equivalent to compressing the density of the star core 1,000 times. And this process was getting harder and harder. Up to now, Han Fei felt that if he tried his best, it might take him half a year, or even a year, to compress the radius of the star core to about 600 kilometers, but it was too difficult. It might take him 100 years to compress the radius to 405 kilometers. Besides, Han Fei felt that his current star core seemed a little unstable. That was because he compressed it too hard, causing the internals of the star core to be a little imbalanced. If this went on, Han Fei suspected that the star core might explode. Han Fei thought for 3 days. He was sure that if he wanted to compress it bit by bit, it would take him 100 years or hundreds of years to stabilize the star core and reduce it to 405 kilometers. However, if so, this step would be too slow. No. Keeping compressing it is definitely not the main purpose, even if it can backfeed the body and strengthen the refinement of the golden jade marrow. Han Fei's heart suddenly flipped. Is there any impurity in the star core? If so, can the yin-yang millstone refine it? Han Fei's idea was very bold. It was like forging iron. By removing the impurities and leaving only the essence of the materials, wouldn't the volume naturally decrease? However, Han Fei didn't know if Little Black and Little White could withstand the power of his star core. This terrifying scorching heat could even burn the battle suit of the ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure level, let alone Little Black and Little White, who hadn't opened the sky yet. However, if they were a little further away from the core, it didn't seem to be a problem. When Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White, the 2 little guys were more heat-resistant than Han Fei had imagined, mainly because Little Black could swallow fire essence. Earlier, when Little White got a spiritual treasure, the blue sea ice sand, and Little Black went to the fiery tree to absorb the essence of the heavenly fire. Now, Little Black was obviously more adapted to such an environment. Little Black swam towards the star core. It seemed that the scorching energy of the star core couldn't burn Little Black's body at all. However, when Little Black really approached the star core, it melted directly into a black fog. 3 days later, Han Fei found that his guess was right. Star cores also had impurities. However, Little White suddenly said, "Dad, I'm going to make a breakthrough." Huh? Han Fei was quite surprised. She was going to make a breakthrough? Little Black and Little White had been stuck at the peak of the sea establishment realm for a long time. Han Fei had always felt that there seemed to be a barrier that these 2 little guys, his closest spiritual beasts, couldn't pass. He didn't expect that seeing his star core today would help them make a breakthrough. Wait, This is my origin star. This place is under my protection. These two little guys definitely won't make a breakthrough here, which means that they have to make a breakthrough in the sea of stars. He had wanted to let the two little guys see if they could filter the impurities of the star core, but now it seemed that he had to let them transcend the sky-opening realm tribulation first. Little Black was absorbing energy. After another day, Han Fei saw Little Black appear again. From the moment Little Black appeared, he saw that Little Black and Little White were glowing. It was clearly time for them to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Above the sea of stars. As soon as Little Black and Little White came out, the vast heavenly tribulation gathered in the sea of stars. At this moment, Han Fei shouted, "Son, daughter, take these resources." With that said, Han Fei threw out 1,000,000 spiritual fruits, hundreds of thousands of energy crystals, and millions of kilometers of resources. He thought that if necessary, he could intervene. Even if the heavenly tribulation looked terrifying, it was not a big deal as long as they could survive it. Now, Han Fei was curious about what would happen if Little Black and Little White transcended the tribulation. Rumble. When the first heavenly tribulation fell, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was clearly a purple lightning bolt. It looked no worse than his heavenly tribulation back then. Perhaps even stronger. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had seen the Emperor Sparrow transcending a tribulation. He could imagine the arrogant look of the Emperor Sparrow at that time. When he transcended a tribulation in the sea of stars, he still had the demeanor of a monarch and dared to swallow the heavenly tribulation. Now, Little Black and Little White were different from the Emperor Sparrow. When the first purple lightning bolt struck, Little Black and Little White were brimming with vitality. Besides, both of them were shining with a strange light, and the lightning tribulation was slowly absorbed and digested by the black and white light. However, in fact, it was not as easy as Han Fei saw. Little Black and Little White seemed to just want to test the power of this lightning tribulation. After the first lightning tribulation, Little Black and Little White immediately turned into black and white mist. The two interacted and spiraled, turning into a supreme yin-yang diagram. Rumble. The second heavenly tribulation landed on the supreme yin-yang diagram only, setting off a few ripples on the surface. Then, the power of the heavenly tribulation seemed to be completely swallowed. In the process, Little Black and Little White didn't use the resources Han Fei gave them at all. Then, it was the third, fourth, and fifth heavenly tribulation. When it came to the seventh heavenly tribulation, Han Fei found that Little Black and Little White still didn't use the huge amount of resources he gave them, which made Han Fei a little anxious. Why hadn't they used the resources yet? Besides, they had already eaten 7 purple lightning strikes in a row. Because he didn't see the specific power of the 7 lightning tribulations. Han Fei could estimate by his senses. The power of this lightning tribulation should be a little stronger than his back then, by no more than 20%, but at least 10%. However, Han Fei was shocked by Little Black and Little White's response. They turned into a yin-yang pattern and then swallowed all the heavenly tribulations that came down. Up to now, none of the heavenly tribulation was wasted. Rumble. Even the 8th heavenly tribulation was swallowed by Little Black and Little White. When it came to the 9th heavenly tribulation, Han Fei thought that Little Black and Little White's tribulation might end like this. After all, no one knew what the tribulation of a mysterious creature would be like. But in the next moment, in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, a big fish appeared. Its body was slender, and its fin tail was white and golden. Its scales were as bright as white crystals, with black edges outlined. This big fish was like a long dragon emerging from the water, zigzagging into the sky. The last heavenly tribulation had just taken shape in the sky, and the inexplicable big fish, that little black and little white, had turned into bit at it. Then little black and little white crawled out of the purple catastrophe like lightning. Han Fei had a feeling that little black and little white had changed. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that their information had indeed changed. Name: Twin yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. Introduction: This is a descendant of the mysterious ancient yin-yang sky swallowing fish. The black and white fish live together. The white fish are docile, and the black fish are cruel. As long as one of them survives, the other won't die. Yin-yang can devour the heavens and earth. Level 101. Quality: mysterious. Storage of immortal chi: infinite. Food: all things can be swallowed. Battle techniques: supreme yin-yang wheel, spirit swallowing body, fusion. Twin god technique: yin-yang millstone, world devouring. Note: black fish are invisible. Except for the owner, only those who are born with yin-yang divine eyes, or are far stronger than the owner, can see through them. After fusing with them, the owner's combat power will greatly increase, and he will be able to freely control the yin-yang technique. Huh? Han Fei's eyes glittered. Did it mean that little black and little white had evolved? They became yin-yang sky-swallowing fish, no longer yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. When Han Fei saw that the two of them could store immortal chi infinitely, he wasn't quite surprised. This was because it was difficult to say what the upper limit of immortal chi was for sky openers. Generally speaking, it was fine to store hundreds of thousands of wisps, which was enough for reserve. Han Fei didn't know how much could be stored. As for the combat skills, there was one more combat skill, which was world devouring. Han Fei didn't know what it meant exactly, and still had to study it. However, little black and little white had their own independent consciousness now. He could just ask them later. The note stated that after the fusion, he could freely control the yin-yang. Great technique, but Han Fei thought that his great technique on the great Tao of yin-yang was almost entirely provided by little black and little white's own combat skills. For example, the supreme yin-yang wheel, the twin divine technique, and the yin-yang millstone. Of course, there were also a few saber techniques like the yin-yang reincarnation knife. He didn't know if they would become stronger after fusion now. Buzz. Before Han Fei had time to think, he saw two cute doll-like figures appear on the yin-yang symbol and slowly dissipate. Han Fei couldn't help but widen his eyes. F*ck, they turned into humans? Little black and little white were easy to recognize. Little white was the fair lady kind of girl, and little black was a cool boy. It was easy for him to distinguish them. The two little people in front of him were about 5 or 6 years old. Little white was dressed in white, with a thin black vertical mark between her eyebrows. As for little black, he was all black, with a white vertical mark between his eyebrows. The two little guys looked as if they had walked out of a comic. Their big eyes flickered and their little faces were pink. Dad. Little white let out a sweet cry and ran towards Han Fei. Hey, my daughter, let me hold you. Ha ha ha. Little White jumped into Han Fei's arms, and Han Fei lifted her high and turned around with Little White in his arms. Giggle, giggle. Letting Little White sit on his shoulder, Han Fei couldn't help but look at Little Black. Little Black, do you want me to lift you high? Childish. Little Black glanced at Little White and refused coolly, indicating that he was not a childish person. But Han Fei reached out and picked up Little Black too. Hey! I'm already an adult. Little Black was shouting at Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't care. He ran a few roller coasters in the sea of stars faster than the speed of light, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes high and sometimes low, making Little White giggle. Little Black snorted, then crossed his arms, but didn't refuse. After running for a long time, Han Fei finally put them down and then scolded. Why didn't you use the resources I gave you just now? Do you despise them? Little White said sweetly, Daddy. We've been eating all the time. But we've been eating the heavenly tribulation. It's hard to digest, so we don't have the appetite to eat your resources. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Eating heavenly tribulation? Little Black said coolly, in the end, I rushed into the heavenly tribulation and ate the sky fiend. Han Fei? Han Fei didn't know what to say. He had never heard of someone eating a heavenly tribulation. He had thought that the two little guys must have suffered, but they actually ate the heavenly tribulation as food. But in this case, wasn't it equivalent to using the heavenly tribulation to temper their bodies? And it was the kind of body tempering that didn't waste any of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, theoretically speaking, Little Black and Little White's combat power was much stronger than ordinary star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei said, then put the resources into your origin seas now. These resources should be enough for you to reach the star transformation realm. However, Little Black said coolly, no need. Smack. Han Fei slapped Little Black's butt. How can you talk to me like that? I said. You need it. Little Black was lost for words. We really don't need it. We can devour the heavens and earth now. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What do you mean? So what if you can devour the heavens and earth? You don't need to eat resources now? Little Black said, we can now eat the stars in the sea of stars and the great Tao on the stars, so resources are actually of little significance to us. We don't use this to establish our origin star. We have already had our origin star. Huh? Wait a moment. You eat stars? Eat the great Tao? Han Fei's eyes turned green. Now he was really jealous of them. But soon, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. What did you say? You've already had an origin star? Little Black said proudly, it can also be called our original great Tao. We don't call it a star. Our great Tao can grow. As long as we keep devouring the heavens and earth, this Tao can grow freely. Hiss. Han Fei was confused. A free-growing origin star, no, a free-growing great Tao. Therefore, they actually didn't have the concept of stars. They were Tao in themselves. In other words, with Little Black and Little White's innate Tao body, they were great Tao themselves. They didn't need to transform their origin star into a star at all. Gulp. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Then, are you hungry now? Little White said, Dad, Little Black can eat your star core's energy. Han Fei asked, hey. By the way, can you remove the impurities in Daddy's star? Core? Little Black snorted. Isn't that simple? It just so happens that we need to stabilize our strength. The lightning tribulation is just to temper the body and condense the soul. It still needs a lot of energy to stabilize our foundation. Another moment later, Han Fei saw that Little Black and Little White turned into a huge yin-yang diagram and directly enveloped his origin star. Well. Han Fei was a little stunned. They didn't even need the yin-yang millstone. Now? Would these two little guys eat his star core? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei stayed in his origin sea for another 3 years. In fact, Chao Mingda and the others only knew that Han Fei had been in seclusion for 5 days. They didn't have any guesses. During this period of time, Han Fei had helped almost all of them complete their missions and naturally harvested a large number of life origin crystals. Therefore, no one cared about a few days and just did what they should do. Inside Han Fei's origin star. After 3 years of hard work by Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's star core's radius had been reduced to about 440 kilometers. It was all because of Little Black and Little White's hard work. They removed a lot of impurities from the star core. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had had 600 drops of golden jade marrow. Han Fei felt that the bones in his arms had completely metamorphosed. He had a feeling that he might be able to withstand 4 times his great Tao. Furthermore, his overall strength was about 10% stronger than when he had just produced the star core. There was no telling if it was because a lot of impurities in his star core had been removed, or because there was more golden jade marrow, or both. Anyway, Han Fei knew that although he didn't know what the supreme divine technique the god of war was talking about was, he should have already embarked on the path of the supreme divine technique. His strength was growing at a terrifying speed. Another year passed. He sensed the star core's thirst for vitality. When Han Fei had just turned his origin sea into a star, even if his lifespan had increased, the river of life had only stored 1/10 of vitality. However, after Han Fei's crazy compression of his star core over the years and Little Black and Little White's continuous elimination of the impurities in the star core, 2 problems occurred. The first was that his lifespan had extended again. The other was the extreme compression of the star core, which, for some reason, consumed vitality. It seemed that this compression of the star core transformed vitality into lifespan. This transformation made the vitality on Han Fei's origin star only 1/100 left. Besides, another strange thing was that his star core seemed to be able to be compressed to 1,000th its size at any time. This compression almost consumed 99% of the vitality of his origin star. Han Fei didn't think it was an accident. Although the god of war didn't say it, he thought that this was probably the real reason why the god of war asked him to compress the star core. Besides, the god of war didn't allow him to inject vitality and energy into the star core before it was compressed to 1,000th its size. What was the meaning of this? If he didn't inject new vitality into it, wouldn't the vitality of his life Star City be completely consumed? It was like a dry pond without even a drop of water. However, in this situation, Han Fei could only trust the god of war, because he had been in contact with him since hundreds of thousands of years ago. There was no reason for him to lie to him. Besides, Han Fei knew that the god of war wasn't in a good shape. Therefore, the god of war had no reason to lie to him. This old guy might still be waiting for him to save him. Therefore, Han Fei resolutely continued to squeeze his star core. 1 month later. When Han Fei's star core was finally compressed to 405 kilometers, he couldn't help but grin. He had finally made it. But it was also at this moment that Little Black and Little White suddenly cancelled the yin-yang pattern. They appeared behind Han Fei and quickly retreated, and the two were staring at Han Fei's star core. To Han Fei's surprise, he sensed that a singularity appeared inside his star core, which seemed to be trying to absorb more energy and vitality. However, all the energy and vitality on his origin star had been absorbed by the star core. It could be said that looking from the sea of stars, Han Fei's origin star was a dead star at this moment, a dead star without any vitality or energy. The mountains and rivers that once existed here had long disappeared. Only Han Fei knew that on his origin star, at the core where the ground veins were connected, there was a star core with extremely powerful energy, a star core with a radius of only 405 kilometers. Buzz. Perhaps because the singularity found that he couldn't absorb energy, the Tao seed in Han Fei's body began to tremble crazily for the first time in his life. Yes, the Tao seed seemed to have broken free from the shackles of the body. Han Fei was shocked. He didn't know what it meant. He just instinctively wanted to stop the Tao seed. However, before he could stop the Tao seed, it disappeared into his dantian with a swish, and appeared exactly where the star core was. Shit. Han Fei didn't feel good. The Tao seed went into the star core. He was inexperienced and didn't know what it meant. Perhaps the god of war didn't expect this to happen. Damn it. Can't you just give me the supreme divine technique? How should I deal with it now? Han Fei reached out to pick up his Tao seed. However, a Tao seed was a Tao. How could he touch a Tao with his physical hand? Swish. Han Fei grabbed nothing but air, and he could only watch helplessly as his Tao seed disappeared into the star core, penetrated the extremely dense star core, and fell directly on the singularity. Can I get it back? Han Fei frowned and wanted to ask the god of war immediately. However, he suddenly thought that he should try activating the great Tao as soon as possible. This time, Han Fei felt that the Tao seed in the star core was trembling, and his great Tao could still operate normally, which made Han Fei take a long breath of relief. Damn it, I almost thought my Tao seed was gone. No, I have to complain to the god of war. Above the sea of stars, Han Fei came again. This time, the fire curtain was just set up. The god of war replied, "Oh, it's only been a few days. Why are you here again?" Han Fei said, "Senior god of war, I'm screwed. You'd better give me the supreme divine technique now." When I compressed my star core to 1,000th its size, my energy and vitality were exhausted. As a result, a singularity was born in my star core and absorbed my Tao seed. Now I can't get my Tao seed back. Senior, is this what you expected? In the distant starry sky, a giant scratched his head, his heart in turmoil. His first reaction was, "Boy, how many times can you accelerate time?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. If he said 256 times, would the god of war notice something? No, he had to treat himself as a genius like Feng Yu. Rolling his eyes, Han Fei replied, "Not much. It's just 100 times. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered the great Tao of time well enough yet. Otherwise, I might be able to reach higher heights." God of war? A certain guy in the distant sea of stars couldn't have felt worse. 100. times the time acceleration? But even if it was 100 times, wasn't it too damn fast? How long had it been since this kid chatted with him last time? 7 days? Han Fei said in a hurry, Senior God of War, did you hear me? I said that my Dao seed was gone. My Dao seed was absorbed by the star core. The God of War said impatiently, so be it. What's the big deal? It's still yours anyway. Han Fei didn't know what to say. But, Senior, you can't say that. I'm me. My origin star is my origin star. We're not exactly one, right? The God of War said stiffly, it's only a matter of time. Why are you panicking? You call yourself the human emperor, then why are you so hasty? Fine, although you compressed your star core to 1,000th its size with the great Tao of time, it didn't take long in total. You've passed the test. Senior God of War, are you kidding me? Is this a test? God of War, boy, your comprehensive strength should have increased a lot. Right? Han Fei said, it's less than 20% more than when I completed the star transformation. God of War. If you weren't here, I would have slapped you. Why? Do you look down on 20%? Even 5% is an insurmountable gap in the fight between real strong masters, let alone 20%. Then the God of War continued to send a message, how much golden jade marrow do you have? More than 600 drops. I don't think it's enough. God of War, whether it's enough depends on how much your body can carry. The weight of ordinary people's marrow is 5% of their weight. Calculate according to this. When your golden jade marrow is full, come to me. Also, your star transformation should be over. Now you can instill vitality and energy into your origin star. After that, the God of War took the initiative to extinguish the fire curtain. Han Fei was lost for words. Every time, you're so naggy. Why did you end the conversation so soon today? Han Fei didn't feel that the God of War was angry. The first thing he did when he returned to his origin star was to absorb all the life origin crystals he had obtained. It was like a tremendous amount of vitality fell into a dry pond. After only a moment, the vitality all disappeared. However, when Han Fei looked at the river of life, he found that the input of the life origin crystals made his origin star's river of life was about 7% full. With this vitality, Han Fei could hold on for a while longer. But Han Fei knew that this vitality was far from enough. He had to dig up their star cores now. Han Fei calculated. The human marrow accounted for about 5% of the body. Wait. Han Fei sat cross-legged and observed inside. When he calculated the amount of the golden jade marrow according to his weight, he couldn't help but be speechless. It actually needed about 1,800 to 2,000 drops of this thing? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Even with little black and little white, even if he compressed the star core with a diameter of 8,100 kilometers to 810 kilometers, he only condensed less than 300 drops of golden jade marrow in a few years. It wouldn't take him long to accomplish the feat of condensing 1,800 drops. Therefore, Han Fei didn't plan to continue his cultivation in seclusion. He was going to pick a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator's origin star and take the vitality in the star core. After that, he had to return to the demon domain. After all, even if his strength had been consolidated, he still needed to fight and polish himself. half a day later. Han Fei stood on the origin star of a certain peak-level late-stage star. Transformation Realm Cultivator. Fortunately, he didn't encounter a star sea giant beast, so he was not in a hurry. When he condensed a life ball full of vitality with the vitality concentration technique, he was surprised to find that the vitality in the origin star was more than 10 times higher than the vitality in the life crystals of the demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. After all, this was the vitality of the stars, not the life origin crystal condensed from the body. When Han Fei threw the life ball into his origin star, a moment later, the total vitality of the star suddenly jumped to 20%, which shocked him. So many. If I can extract all these people's vitality. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Even if he knew that the vitality condensation technique was not a good technique and would cause some negative karma, he would still use it. After all, how could Han Fei not use these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators? Otherwise, should he sacrifice them to the god of war? Half a day later, when Han Fei extracted the vitality of other 4 origin stars in his hand, he got more than 61% of the vitality in total, which was much more than the vitality he had stored at the beginning. After all, what he extracted from was the origin stars of peak-level late stage star transformation realm cultivators. If it were the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the amount of vitality might only be 50% or even less. However, Han Fei was also surprised. Could it be that his origin stars' lifespan potential was too long? For peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, plus a pile of life origin crystals still failed to fill up his origin star. Because he had got enough vitality, Han Fei snatched another star core and stuffed it into his origin sea. When he saw that the infinite energy was crazily absorbed by his origin star, and the star core that had been compressed to a diameter of 810 kilometers continued to expand, Han Fei knew that he had to wait. When the golden jade marrow filled his entire body, he should be able to come into contact with the supreme divine technique. Of course, he couldn't completely believe in the supreme divine technique of the god of war. After all, he was the little junior brother of the void temple, and his void body refining technique was only in the sea establishment realm. There was no need to mention its difficulty. Even if it was a sea establishment realm technique, it still helped him refine the golden jade marrow, which showed the level of the void body refining technique. Being ranked in the top 10 body refining techniques in the sea realm, it was definitely not weak. However, when he reached the sky-opening realm, he should have corresponding body refining techniques. When he completely refined the golden jade marrow, he could ask his eldest senior brother for it. Then he could compare it with the supreme divine technique. Before leaving the origin star, Han Fei glanced at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 107, Sky Opening Ultimate Dao. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 10-016, th. Evolving, 92/13, 064 years. Immortal Chi, 400,000. Soul, 9.06 Origins, 9,061,214 points. Perception range, 8 million kilometers. Strength, 9.08 Star powers, 9,082,369 waves. First spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage. Second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness spiritual heritage. First spiritual beast, twin Inyan spirit swallowing fish, level 101. Second spiritual beast, The Emperor Sparrow, Level 101. Main Art, Boyd Fishing Level 9, Boyd Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality. Weight. Han Fei knew that he had reached level 107 and surpassed the star. Transformation Realm. However, what did the words Extreme Tao mean? Was this fake? What he pursued was the path of extreme balance. But his soul and strength hadn't completely balanced yet. How could there be a realm of extreme Tao? Also, hadn't he already passed the soul enlightenment on the very first step? Logically speaking, he should have directly reached the peak level late stage. Star Transformation Realm. Why did the extreme Tao suddenly pop up? Looking at the growth of his soul and strength, Han Fei had already felt it. In general, his soul had increased by about 2 million points in this seclusion, which was 2 origins, and his strength had increased by about 2 million waves, which was 2 star powers. Compared to his previous comprehensive combat power, it was a good improvement. Although Han Fei had never taken a normal star path, he felt that the path he took did not seem to be weaker than others. Although the god of war was a little secretive, he was still reliable. However, he had a question. He didn't know what would happen if he failed to compress his star core to 1,000th its size. Besides, Han Fei felt that everybody could figure out how to compress a star core. As long as the star core was compressed, it could become stronger. So, there must be people crazily compressing their star cores, and there must be many people who compressed their star cores to 1/10 their original sizes. Therefore, at present, he was at most at the beginning of practicing the so-called supreme technique of the god of war. He didn't know what the real supreme technique was like. TSK. In the outside world, Wu Bufan, Chao Mingda, and the others were facing the siege of a group of star transformation realm demonic creatures. They had stayed here for too long. They had been fighting here for a day before Han Fei went to cultivate seclusion, and now it was already the 8th day. And in the demon domain, if they stayed in one place for 8 days, it was impossible for the demonic source here not to know. Besides, Han Fei suddenly wanted to cultivate in seclusion. At that time, they had already become enemies with the demonic source here. Therefore, after 8 days of battle, the surrounding demonic sources had already joined forces and formed an army. Zhou Run said, "Just hold on for one more day. Let's just take it as the first life and death battle since we slacked off for so many years. When we really can't fight anymore, let's call Brother Fei out." Zhou Run and the others had a total of 8 people, but they were facing nearly 30 demonic creatures. Fortunately, they all had godly weapons. Otherwise, they would have long been defeated by these demonic creatures. Even so, they only managed to kill 12 demonic creatures after fighting for half a day. It was not that they were not strong, nor did they not know how to cooperate. It was just that although the other party was demonic creatures, they were not fools. They were also intelligent creatures. At this moment, Luo Dafei was pierced by a row of sharp spikes bursting out of the ground. A demonic creature that looked like a gopher but had many curved tentacles jumped out of the ground. Luo Dafei's expression changed, and a demoness suddenly appeared in front of the demonic gopher. The demoness had a powerful bewildering ability. While the demonic gopher was stunned, Luo Dafei had already broken free from the big spikes on his body, and ran out, shouting, "Zhou Run, use the amplification dice on me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Run was flying over from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Just as Zhou Run was about to attack, suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Dafei. Bang! 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 Han Fei casually grabbed with his void hand and took the demonic gopher out of the ground. At this moment, Han Fei activated his great Tao. He had tried it and found that his current body could narrowly withstand the strength boost of 4 times. Brother Fei? Luo Dafei looked at Han Fei in shock, wondering if Han Fei had finished his cultivation. Zhou Run's pupils were constricted slightly. Just now, he saw Han Fei take action. His suppressing pressure in the void directly shattered countless tentacle hooks. This was definitely the speed of a peak-level late-stage star. Transformation Realm Cultivator. The demonic gopher couldn't resist the terrifying power at all. Zhou Run's heart did a flip. It seemed that Han Fei was stronger than before. He knew that Han Fei was very strong and could also crush this demonic gopher before, but he couldn't do it so casually. In the third round of qualifiers, they had been following Han Fei the whole time, so they knew the combat power Han Fei could exert. Or maybe Han Fei was hiding his strength before? But in any case, the stronger Han Fei was, the more advantageous it was for them. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that there were as many as 15 demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm here. This was clearly not something that could be gathered from a single demonic source. Judging from the battlefield, this place seemed to have experienced a destructive blow. Obviously, the battle had been going on for a long time. Seeing that everybody was fighting intensely, Han Fei said, "Everybody, come here. Stop fighting." Wu Bufan, Chao Mingda, and the others were overjoyed. Han Fei was back. It seemed that they didn't have to fight so hard. At this moment, Han Fei still wanted to test his strength. At this moment, his combat power was completely different from when he met Zhao Qinglong. Han Fei stomped. His speed had significantly increased due to the difference in his body's tolerance. Before, Han Fei had used all his means, plus the Great Tao of Time, but his speed could only reach 7.5 times the speed of light. At most. But now, without using the Great Tao of Time, Han Fei's maximum speed exceeded 6 times the speed of light. When he activated the Great Tao of Time, his speed exceeded 8 times the speed of light. Swish. Han Fei casually punched out. Han Fei intuitively activated the Great Tao, and the energy circulation was not sluggish at all. Everything was extremely smooth, as if circulating the breath in his body. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei's figure flashed, and then a python was pierced through and completely crushed. F***ck, Brother Fei is really tough. If I were hit by this punch, I would be half dead. Huh. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel that Brother Fei seems to be faster. Not just that. He seems to be stronger too. Han Fei activated the draw technique and slashed out a 60,000-kilometer ravine. Under the ground, an earthworm-like demonic creature was slashed from head to tail, and its body exploded. The treeman closest to Han Fei was about to dig into the ground, but Han Fei waved his hand and drew out a knife light, condensed of mud. Bang! The treeman pierced through the knife light with thousands of tentacles and was about to drill underground when he saw that Han Fei was already standing on his trunk. Han Fei murmured in a voice that only he could hear, still much weaker than Zhao Qinglong. Translator ** Henyi Translations Editor ** Henyi Translations. Zhou Run and the others watched Han Fei shuttle among these demonic creatures, not even afraid of the dark matter on them. They had fought for half a day, but failed to take down these demonic creatures, but in just a minute, 7 of them were killed by Han Fei in one breath. The reason why they ran away was that these things could disperse their bodies. As long as a part of their bodies ran away, it meant that the other party's original body ran away. Therefore, the fact that Han Fei could kill the 7 demonic creatures in such a short period of time already amazed Zhou Run and the others. After Han Fei cleaned up the demonic source here, he said to Zhou Run and the others, "Since I am the leader of the Avengers, from today onwards, I will start special training on you." Special training? Even Zhou Run was dumbfounded. Why did Han Fei think of this after he came out of seclusion? Besides, we are not weak. What special training are you going to do? Han Fei said, "Do you all think that you have been holding back, but in fact, you are the real heavenly talents? Do you think that you are actually not weak? Let me tell you, the Avengers are an organization that prefers quality over quantity. What I want is an organization whose every member has a chance to become a monarch, not a group of junk whose biggest goal is to reach the perfected star transformation realm." Han Fei knew that Zhou Run and the others had no shortage of resources since they were young, and they had been in the dragon fighting street all year round. Resources actually came very quickly for them. Even if they hadn't finished their star journey, they should have almost finished it. By the time they finished their star journey, they would be in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. However, a group of future peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators with godly weapons couldn't even kill a group of demonic creatures. What did this mean? This meant that they were no longer the kind of heavenly talents they thought they were. Han Fei said, "If a person endures for too long, the halo of a heavenly talent on him will gradually dim. You are afraid of death and danger. Even if you have a good foundation, what's the use? As members of the Avengers, at least, you have to be on the heaven roll first." According to Han Fei's understanding of the heaven roll, those who could enter the heaven roll were all extraordinary in strength and unique in thinking. Some were wicked, some were righteous, some were dedicated to pursuing the Tao, some were knowledgeable, some were crazy, and some were proud and aloof. But they all had their own path. This path was not revenge itself. Gulp. Chao Mingda swallowed and took a deep breath. "Brother Fei, I will definitely train well." Wu Bufan hammered his chest. "Brother Fei, no one can stop my determination to prove my Tao." Han Fei said, "All right, in the first round of the special training, each of you kill a demonic source alone." Everyone? Everyone. 2 years passed. The number of demonic creatures on the demon domain was crazily decreasing. When they first entered the demon domain, the random teleportation places were all places covered by demonic sources. But now, the further they went, the fewer places covered by demonic sources. Han Fei and the others had fought their way through. In the past 2 years, they had defeated more than 50 demonic sources. Later, they discovered that more than 50% of the places they had passed had been conquered. It could be imagined that in these places covered by demonic sources, the resources underground had been dug away. Although there were a lot of residuals, some of the main resources had already been dug away. Those who participated in the trial were all very smart and strong. Those who had survived until now were not easy to die. Han Fei and the others had met many teams in the past 2 years, mostly in groups. Yes, when the participants discovered that there were resources everywhere, they would definitely form alliances with each other. Bang! Somewhere, a shocking explosion sounded. Han Fei and the others looked over and found that Luo Dafei's body was gone with only a head floating in the air. Luo Dafei cursed, "Chao Mingda, Wu Bufan, you be asterisk stards have hidden yourselves too well. I'm the only silk pants among this group of people." Zhou Run said, "No, you're not the only silk pants among us, but you've completely fit into this role. You forgot your original intentions." Luo Dafei's body quickly recovered, and his expression was ugly. "Finally. I've finally defeated a demonic source." Wu Bufan sneered. "I've already beaten 4, but you've only beaten the first 1. What's there to brag about?" Chao Mingda said, "It's all your fault. You've been obsessed with women for too long, which seriously affects your health. If it weren't for Brother Fei, your body would have been crippled." In the past 2 years, Zhou Run and the others were receiving special training, and Han Fei was digging treasures. Although the god of war said that there was no point in digging for treasures now, because if he got the world origin of the demon domain, he wouldn't need these resources. But in fact, Han Fei felt that what the god of war said was wrong. It was just that the god of war's standards were too high. He didn't care about these ordinary resources. However, treasures could occasionally be found among these ordinary resources. The demon domain was abundant in mystic yellow soil. The mystic yellow soil that Han Fei had dug up in the past 2 years spanned 300 kilometers. Among them, he had also dug up more than a dozen pieces of chaotic spiritual earth. One of them turned out to be of ordinary quality, not inferior. Han Fei didn't take all the mystic yellow soil. He only kept a third for himself and gave the rest to Zhou Run and the others. Ever since Zhou Run asked him to be the mastermind behind the Avengers Alliance, he had already taken on the role. He felt that perhaps Gu Tingnan was also like this back then, slowly creating the City of Wanderers. But Han Fei felt that there were both good and bad things about Gu Tingnan's construction of the City of Wanderers. The good thing was that this force had already begun to grow on its own, independent from him. The bad thing was that the City of Wanderers itself became a burden to Gu Tingnan. But the Avengers were different. Han Fei was building it in the style of the Void Temple. He only wanted heavenly talents, rich heavenly talents. As long as Zhou Run and the others achieved their goal, successfully left the Divine Capital Dynasty, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish, their mentalities would definitely be different. In addition, they had been secretly transferring and storing resources. After leaving the Divine Capital Dynasty, they would welcome a period of eruption. Therefore, Han Fei felt that reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm was not a problem for Zhou Run and the others. What was difficult was whether they had the courage to reach the perfected star transformation realm. Only when they reached that step could they be considered true core members of the Avengers. As for whether Zhou Run and the others would burn the bridge after crossing it, Han Fei was not afraid as long as they were not afraid of death. Luo Dafei said, "Brother Fei, I've killed a demonic source." Han Fei grunted casually. "Since even you have killed a demonic source, this special training is over." Han Fei clearly sensed their relief. Wu Bufan took out his big pipe and took a few puffs. Finally, he didn't have to fight anymore. However, as soon as Han Fei said so, he said again, "Recently, we've encountered fewer and fewer demonic sources. It's been 2 years since the fourth round of qualifiers started, right? Zhou Run, 2 years, 1 month, and 3 days. Han Fei nodded slightly. He cultivated in seclusion from time to time in the past 2 years. Now, his star core had a diameter of 2,000 kilometers, and he had 1,408 drops of golden jade marrow. According to Han Fei's previous speed, his golden jade marrow should have covered his entire body. But the problem was that Han Fei's origin star didn't have enough vitality. Therefore, in the past 2 years, he had been cultivating intermittently. Although his strength had been increasing, he hadn't mastered the void body refining technique. Han Fei said, "It's almost time. It's time to set off to find the world origin." Everyone was shocked. Finding the world origin was what they had been wanting to do for the past 2 years. Han Fei wasn't the only one who lacked the life origin crystals. The world origin contained the great Tao and vitality. Zhou Run and the others were also embarking on the star path. They were also short of these resources. 13 days passed. Han Fei and the others encountered 3 teams of participants, and Han Fei personally sniped 9 demonic sources. Finally, on the 14th day, Han Fei and the others ran for a full day, but they didn't even encounter a single demonic source. The places they passed had all been swept by others, the mountains had collapsed, and the ground had cracked. Under the guidance of Han Fei's vast ocean navigator, Han Fei and the others ran for another half a day before finally encountering an abyssal canyon. Through their perception, they could see many traces of fighting in the canyon. However, they could still perceive lush land deep in the canyon. Almost everyone knew that this situation was very unreasonable. They had run for more than a day, and all the surrounding places of demonic source had been conquered. How could such a canyon be intact? Zhou Run said, "There should be a channel to the underground inside this canyon." Outside, this canyon stretches for millions of kilometers, and its surroundings are bare. This means that the people who once fought through these places of demonic source have chosen to abandon attacking this canyon. Wu Bufan asked, "So, this place is dangerous, right?" "Obviously, more than one person has been here." Chao Mingda said, "Maybe they failed here." Li Chen said, "Are you stupid? We've felt many different auras of the great Tao along the way, which means that many people have been here." Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei said silently, "The way to the world origin." However, the vast ocean navigator immediately pointed directly at the abyssal canyon in front of him. Han Fei asked again, "Point to other paths to the world origin." The vast ocean navigator immediately pointed in multiple directions, which meant that there was more than one entrance to the world origin. Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei curiously. Zhou Run said, "This should be just one of the entrances. Maybe we don't have to rush." Chao Mingda asked, "What about the path mentioned in the intelligence we got?" Zhou Run said, "We can't take that path. It will be even more dangerous. Since there are many entrances, it won't be too difficult to find the world origin. At most, we just need to spend more time. Besides, there are still many demonic sources that haven't been cleaned up in remote places." At this time, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler. When the marker landed on the greatly ominous, he said lightly, "Let's take this path." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Zhou Run and the others didn't know what Han Fei took out, it seemed to be a functional godly weapon. They clearly saw that the 9 palace luck rulers' pointer fell on greatly. Ominous, but Han Fei still chose to enter. This was the most dangerous divination result of the ruler except for the impasse, right? Han Fei said, if you don't even dare to enter a mere, greatly ominous place, how can you challenge the authority of the big clans? Let's go. This is not a life and death test. With Han Fei taking the lead, everyone actually felt safe. What they were afraid of was that Han Fei wouldn't take action. That would be awkward. After staying with Han Fei for 2 years, they could be sure of one thing. If all the 8 of them attacked Han Fei together, the final result might be that Han Fei was injured and all of them died. At this moment, everyone was very careful. They didn't dare to walk fast or use an ultralight speed. This was because there was no need to walk faster than the speed of light. Only about 300,000 kilometers deep into the abyss, lush woodlands had appeared. In the first 300,000 kilometers, there were more than 20 kinds of great Dao auras. In addition to these great Dao auras, at least 7 or 8 strong masters had already died here. The auras of these strong masters didn't dissipate. Even if they died, their blood and qi were still there. The great technique they had once used was still emitting powerful Dao runes. This meant that there was no need to enter the forest. In this 300,000 kilometer open space, danger would come. As soon as Han Fei and the other 8 landed on this open space and walked forward for less than 100,000 meters, they saw a 30-meter-tall humanoid demon with 3 heads and 24 hands blocking the way ahead. This demonic creature was like a warrior covered in armor. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that its humanoid body was actually composed of plants. However, this demonic creature seemed to have completely simulated the form of a human and even simulated muscles and bones, making it easier to fight. But unlike Han Fei's 3 heads and 6 arms, this guy seemed to be able to control 8 hands with each head. Among them, each head controlled 4 knives, 3 swords, and 2 axes. Because those weapons were different, they looked more like they were snatched by this demon. The blurry voice said in a deep voice, well, so many people have come at once. It's a pity that you can't get out anymore. Buzz. Han Fei stepped 1,000 meters away from the demonic creature, and information immediately appeared in his eyes. Name 1,000 demonic beast. Introduction: a complete state demonic source that lives in the dark demon domain. After a demonic source swallows enough ominous power, it takes the initiative to devour all the demonic creatures in its territory and other demonic sources, causing its intelligence to become higher and higher, and produces a unique evolutionary form. Swallowed by the 1,000 demonic beast, one is very likely to become a part of its transformation forms. The 1,000 demonic beast is an absolute powerhouse on the verge of Dao proving. As long as he obtains enough ominous power, plus a large amount of world origin, there's a high chance that he can prove his Dao and become a true demon. Level 109. Quality rare. Realm sky opening. Ominous power contained 2,048 wisps. Battle technique 1,000 devil fist, 10,000 devil avatar, parasitic. Technique 1,000 devil change. Collectible life origin crystal. Absorbable. Note: in a world polluted by ominousness, no spiritual plant is innocent. Phew. Tus, this thing actually a demonic source? Han Fei said, if my guess is correct, this thing should be a demonic source. In its true form, not those demonic sources that don't have much combat power. Wait here and let me fight it. A demonic source in its true form? Even Zhou Run was a little surprised. But then he remembered that he had made a deal with the demonic source and learned that the demonic source could actually command those sky-opening realm demonic creatures. However, he had always felt that the demonic source wasn't much of a threat. It was more like the wisest of a group of sky-opening realm demonic creatures. But now it seemed that this was not the case. It was not that they wanted to be wise, but that they couldn't move, so they could only use their brain. If it weren't for the fact that this 1,000 demonic beast was slightly smaller, they would have thought that it was some kind of terrifying Dharmakaya. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this demonic source was very difficult to fight. Since Han Fei said he wanted to fight him, it meant that Han Fei was challenging a perfected star transformation realm cultivator head-on. If it were anyone else, Chao Mingda and the others would have already laughed at him. How could he be the demonic source's opponent? However, now the result was hard to say, since the guy was Han Fei. He was a super powerhouse who killed Yi Qianqing. The 1,000 demonic beast looked at Han Fei and shouted crazily. Contestants, you have ruined my plan to prove my Dao. I will keep you here forever. Hey! You don't look very smart. Han Fei grinned. Could it be that the complete state demonic source was not smart? However, when Han Fei saw that, in addition to his 3 heads, the 1,000 demonic beast also had 3 heads hanging on its neck. One of the 3 heads was a shark head, one was a humanoid head, and one was a bird head. They were clearly 3 contestants. After being killed by this 1,000 demonic beast, their souls, consciousness, and thoughts might have been swallowed by him. However, in this case, he should be smarter. But whatever, Han Fei just wanted to try the strength of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Without thinking, Han Fei simply activated his great Dao and blasted out the sacrificing punch. With Han Fei's terrifying strength of 40 million waves, one punch from him could penetrate a small starry sky. However, the 1,000 demonic beasts' fists were like phantoms, punching out 10,000 punches in the blink of an eye. Halfway through, it pierced through Han Fei's sacrificing punch. With a thought, Han Fei burst out 6 times the speed of light. But the eyes of the 1,000 demonic beast not only completely kept up with Han Fei, but its huge body also burst out 10 times the speed of light. Han Fei hurriedly activated the Great Dao of Time and set up a time deceleration array outside his body to keep up with the speed of the 1,000 demonic beast. Han Fei twisted in the void and slashed at the 3 heads in front of the 1,000 demonic beast with a time blade. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the 3 heads were sent to a neighboring time. This 1,000 demonic beast couldn't see through the timeline, but Han Fei could. He casually slashed the yin-yang reincarnation saber into the neighboring time, which was completely annihilated by the 3 heads in the blink of an eye. Buzz! At the moment when the 3 heads dissipated, Han Fei clearly felt that the 1,000 demonic beast was briefly stunned. But it was only an instant's reaction before it slashed at him with 3 knives at 10 times the speed of light. At this speed, even if he used the Great Dao of Time, he would only be at the same speed as the 1,000 demonic beast and wouldn't be able to escape. Clang! Clang! Han Fei was sent flying thousands of kilometers by the double knives. The ripples of the explosion instantly swept across a radius of 300,000 kilometers, and Zhou Run and the others were forced to retreat. It was too strong. How could this be the power of a late-stage star? Transformation realm cultivator? Even if they used all their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. This kind of competition seemed to have exceeded the competition of pure technique and control of strength. However, what shocked Zhou Run and the others was that although Han Fei was sent flying thousands of kilometers, the thousand demonic beast was also shaken back thousands of kilometers. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The power of this thing is about the same as mine. No, it might be weaker than me. However, the speed of the other parties, 2 slashes exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Therefore, in a head-on clash, I was sent flying. Han Fei, who was sent flying, rushed out again at more than 8 times the speed of light. This time, the thousand demonic beast attacked him with double axes. The double axes fused, bursting out a terrifying axe light that completely exceeded the knife light just now. To be honest, with its speed, Zhou Run Tian and the others didn't see its actions clearly at all. Steal. Han Fei directly stole the axe light. With his physique, he could completely carry this power now. When stealing this axe light, Han Fei also stole the great Dao behind it. It was a great Dao power like a space slingshot. It meant that the moment this blow was launched, the thousand demonic beast had actually triggered the space behind the giant axe. With space as the bowstring and its own strength, it shot out this axe light that was more than 10 times the speed of light. Swish! The axe light burst back almost at the same speed, and the thousand demonic beast didn't expect that its attack would disappear. However, since it was its full-strength attack, it certainly wouldn't take it. The thousand demonic beast tried to avoid it, only to find that the time around it suddenly stopped. But even so, Han Fei still saw a mutation in the body of the thousand demonic beast. Puff, puff, puff. 4 of the thousand demonic beast's arms had been chopped off by this axe light. Not far away, Zhou Run and the others were dumbfounded. They had thought that the sky would collapse under this chop, but what happened? Han Fei was completely fine, but 4 of the thousand demonic beast's arms were broken and completely crushed. Boom. Huff. Wu Bufan looked solemn. Brother Fei is really awesome. He can beat Yi Qianxing and this complete-state demonic source. I feel that our Avengers are about to rise. On the other side, Han Fei secretly regretted that this attack didn't work. But Han Fei grabbed again. He wondered if the demonic source in its complete state could be dispersed into countless life forms. After all, this guy only had 3 heads at the moment. However, in the next moment, Han Fei was disappointed. This time, he only stole a little power. This meant that the void-stealing technique had no effect on these demonic creatures in the demon domain. The main reason was that these things were actually composed of countless smaller original bodies. It was impossible for the void-stealing technique to steal accurately or steal collectively. Similarly, since it was impossible to steal the other party's consciousness, it was naturally impossible to steal the other party's speed. However, although it was impossible to steal the other party's power, it was possible to steal the axes in the hands of this thousand demonic beast. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the 2 axes. Oh, it's actually a godly weapon? Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei had never used the void-stealing technique to steal other people's weapons. He wondered if his enemy's combat power would drop by 30% out of embarrassment if he stole his battle suit in a fight in the future. Unfortunately, this pair of axes seemed to have recognized the 1,000 demonic beast as their master. It seemed that they had already been taken by this 1,000 demonic beast. From the looks of it, the knives, axes, and swords used by this 1,000 demonic beast were not of the same species. It was obvious that he had snatched them. At this moment, the double axes trembled, trying to break free from Han Fei's palm. The 1,000 demonic beast found that the axes in its hand disappeared for no reason and realized that Han Fei had an extremely powerful ability, which was to snatch its things or power. Swish! Swish! Realizing this, the 1,000 demonic beast rushed over with its bare hands. In any case, it couldn't hand over its weapons to Han Fei. They were not easy to get. Among so many weapons, there were a total of 3 godly weapons, and this pair of axes happened to be among them. However, how could Han Fei let it get its way? He set up the God-sealing spear array and suppressed the double axes in the array. Then, he took out a godly weapon-level spear, which he had snatched from others to refine the weapon he wanted. However, he hadn't figured out what weapons he needed to refine yet. He already had a kitchen knife and a battle suit of the godly weapon level. Han Fei used this spear as a rod. Bang! 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 He struck out with Monkey King's 3,000 sticks, filling the sky with rod shadows, colliding with the countless fist marks of this 1,000 demonic beast. The dazzling battle stunned Qiao Mingde and the others. Wu Bufan exclaimed, "Look, that demonic source is actually no match for Brother Fei in absolute strength." Zhou Run frowned. But Brother Fei is not as fast as him. Yes, the 1,000 demonic beasts were much stronger than Han Fei before, so Han Fei seemed to be weaker in a real battle. But now they were fighting head-on. Although the 1,000 demonic beasts were faster, Han Fei was stronger. This kind of head-on clash lasted for a full 3 seconds. Han Fei was hammered nearly 10,000 times, but golden light circulated on his body. And he didn't retreat at all, letting the enemy beat him. As for the 1,000 demonic beast, only half of its 24 arms were left. Its body had exploded in many places, and its physique was completely inferior to Han Fei's. After all, the 1,000 demonic beast was only a demonic plant. Although its physique was not strong enough, its recovery ability was terrifying. Pfft. Suddenly, 3 seconds later, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. At that moment, plants, mushrooms, grasses, and demonic vines grew on Han Fei. Not good. Zhou Run was dumbfounded. This was the master that the Avengers had just found, and he was already parasitized? Wasn't this over? The 1,000 demonic beast roared, "Participant, give me your body. With your body, I can definitely prove my Tao." With that, countless vines sealed Han Fei and grabbed him into the body of the 1,000 demonic beast. Zhou Run and the others also saw a mass of dark matter there. When they saw the mass of dark matter, Zhou Run, Qiao Mingde, and the others widened their eyes. What should they do? As if he had made a decision, Zhou Run shouted, "Li Chen, attack. Yin-yang change, space interchange." Li Chen threw out the yin-yang walnut, trying to transform the void and saving Han Fei out. However, Han Fei had already been entangled by the 1,000 demonic beasts' vines. The next second, the 1,000 demonic beast moved hundreds of thousands of kilometers horizontally and appeared in front of Li Chen and the others. *T. Luo Dafei was scared out of his wits. Li Chen, what are you doing? Zhou Run roared, sealing bell. At the last moment, Zhou Run wanted to throw the godly weapon, sealing bell, into the body of the 1,000 demonic beast to cover Han Fei. However, the 1,000 demonic beast slapped the sealing bell away, sending Zhou Run flying thousands of kilometers away. Half of his body was mangled and almost exploded. One of Zhou Run's teammates immediately shouted, "Brother, run, it's hopeless. Let's run. It'll be too late if we don't run now." After all, the 1,000 demonic beast was on the verge of Dao proving. When he came to the crowd, he felt that these people were simply junk, so he immediately attacked. At that moment, Chao Mingde launched an attack and blocked the fist marks of the 1,000 demonic beast with the 9 heavens seal. Wu Bufan spewed out his essence blood to his immortal trapping rope, entangling the many hands of the 1,000 demonic beast. Gathering everyone's strength, they were only holding off the 1,000 demonic beast for a moment. With a bang, they took a closer look and saw that Wu Bufan's immortal trapping rope had been broken by this 1,000 demonic beast. Everyone was shocked. That was a godly weapon. This transformed demonic source was too strong. It destroyed a godly weapon with its bare hands? The man from before shouted, "Brother, run, let's run." Zhou Run said, "Shut up. Since we've already bet, there's no reason for us to stop." There was still a trace of hope in Zhou Run's heart. He didn't believe Han Fei would be caught. Even if Han Fei was parasitized, he shouldn't have been caught by the 1,000 demonic beast without any resistance. It's a test. Zhou Run's heart suddenly chilled. This was a test. Han Fei wanted to see if they would betray him. As smart as Zhou Run, he had discovered Han Fei's thoughts, but he couldn't speak it out or send a voice transmission to others. He bet that although Han Fei was trapped in the body of the 1,000 demonic beast, he definitely had a way to know if they were speaking telepathically. Zhou Run could only hope that Chao Mingde and the others wouldn't be stupid. This was AF** King test. However, Chao Mingde didn't disappoint him. He roared, "Purple Demon Divine. Fire, soul fixation." Chao Mingde turned into a fiery man, holding a spear, and struck out. He cursed, "Damn you, Qin Sun. Brother Fei is the hope of the Avengers. Brother Fei has a chance to prove his Dao. You son of AB**TCH, what's the use of running away? Do you have to endure for another tens of thousands of years?" Wu Bufan nodded. "That's right. We've waited for so many years to find a boss like Brother Fei. How can we give up so easily?" Bang! Wu Bufan's immortal trapping rope was broken. He took out his big pipe and was about to take action, but he was directly punched into pieces by the 1,000 demonic beast. The man named Qin Sun's face suddenly changed. What a bunch of lunatics. If their boss is gone, they can just change to another one. They could go to Feng Yu. They could go to Zhao Qinglong. Why did it have to be Han Fei? Immediately, Qin Sun shouted, "If you want to fight, stay." The other person also silently quit the battle. This person's name was Wang Yang, and his combat power was not bad. He knew that Han Fei was strong, but Han Fei hadn't reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. After all, it wasn't surprising that he was defeated by a powerhouse on the verge of Dao proving. Just because Han Fei could fight the 1,000 demonic beast didn't mean that they could. Wu Bufan couldn't even withstand a single fist mark from the 1,000 demonic beast. Luo Dafei cursed angrily, Qin Sun, Wang Yang, you two traitors. If I don't die, I will definitely chop the two of you up. When the two of them ran far away, Luo Dafei was the second to be shattered. But at that moment, a person held a shield in front of Luo Dafei. This person's name was Munan. He was also the kind of person who would risk his life to participate in this 100,000-year competition. However, his family was not that big. Although his comprehensive strength was very strong, it was only about the same as Luo Dafei. Among the 8-person team, except for Luo Dafei, Munan was the weakest. Munan picked up the pieces of Luo Dafei's flesh and blood and hurriedly flashed out, but in midair, he was cut by a sword light. At that second, Munan felt that he was dead for sure. This sword was too fast for him to dodge. Even if Han Fei were here, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge this sword. Zhou Run threw out the amplification dice and forcibly condensed a barrier around Munan and the others. Seeing that the sword was about to hit the barrier of the amplification dice, Munan gave up resisting. Because the moment was too short, he had no time to run and could only hope to block this sword. Boom. At the critical moment, the long sword suddenly disappeared, and the sword light also disappeared without a trace. Huh? Everyone? In the next moment, a lazy voice rang in everyone's ears. Hey, demon, how dare you touch my brothers? You're asking to be killed. Swish. A sword light burst out of the 1,000 demonic beast's body. Then, a holy pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped the 1,000 demonic beast. Roar. The 1,000 demonic beast fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, accompanied by painful roars. The Heaven Enlightenment divine technique specialized in suppressing evil. This ominous power was also evil. A large amount of ominous power was expelled from the body of the 1,000 demonic beast by Han Fei's Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Swish. 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 At this time, Han Fei had already appeared above the head of the 1,000 demonic beast, and within the range of 10,000 kilometers, hundreds of God-sealing spears fell down. And there were more than 30 God-sealing spears sticking into the 1,000 demonic beast's body. At this moment, Han Fei kicked the 1,000 demonic beast over and said indifferently, you guys are not bad. At this time, Wu Bufan and Luo Dafei's bodies had grown back and they couldn't help exclaiming, Brother Fei, I knew you were fine. Ha ha ha. Brother Fei, although I was the last to defeat the demonic source, I didn't lose face. Zhou Run secretly sighed. What a pity. If Qin Sun and Wang Yang were given some time to consider it carefully, they would definitely figure it out. But just now, they had no time to think. In the face of death, everything was instinct. The Avengers wouldn't accept traitors, so Qin Sun and Wang Yang would definitely die. Sure enough, Han Fei said, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei wasn't deliberately testing him. At the moment he was parasitized by the 1,000 demonic beast, he felt that it wouldn't be easy to defeat a demonic creature like the 1,000 demonic beast unless it was fundamentally eliminated. Only by being parasitized could he purify the source of the 1,000 demonic beast. As for Qin Sun and Wang Yang, Han Fei just tested them by the way. If there was no loyalty, the so-called Avengers would be meaningless. Since the Avengers had already been established, they should take it as an official organization and develop it seriously, so they had to find out traitors in the organization as soon as possible. But even if this organization was sabotaged from the inside, it didn't matter. Anyway, he was just a temporarily selected leader behind the scenes and didn't put much effort into this organization, so he could give up at any time. After this betrayal, Zhou Run and the others would definitely strictly select the members of the Avengers. At this moment, when Qin Sun and Wang Yang saw Han Fei standing in front of them, their faces turned pale. Wang Yang looked solemn and asked, tentatively, "Brother Fei, is there a way back?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. At this time, Qin Sun and Wang Yang had complicated feelings. When Han Fei appeared here unscathed, they realized that they had been deceived. Most importantly, no organization would tolerate traitors. Besides, they had always thought that Han Fei was very murderous. How could he let them go? However, the hope of survival forced them to attack Han Fei. Unfortunately, they were too weak. After more than 200 seconds, Han Fei returned to the depths of this canyon. Because the 1,000 demonic beasts didn't have time to disperse its body into scattered living beings and escape, it was suppressed here by Han Fei and couldn't move. Han Fei and the others didn't know if this 1,000 demonic beast had clones. But at least, this demonic source's true body that it had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed. When Han Fei returned, Zhou Run and the others didn't ask about Qin Sun and Wang Yang's situation. They didn't think it was strange. It would be strange if Han Fei brought the two of them back. A superorganization with aspirations couldn't be corrupted internally from the very beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have endured loneliness for so many years. Han Fei faced the 1,000 demonic beast head-on, holding a long saber in his hand, and patted its head. "Well, if you don't mind telling me about your cultivation method of multiple life combinations, I can consider leaving you a seed of resurrection, or even a small parasite. Of course, provided that you don't lie to me, or else." Han Fei looked at the double axes in his hand and grinned. "Otherwise, I wouldn't mind refining your soul and making you the weapon spirit of the axes." The 1,000 demonic beast was a little frightened. It was precisely because of its extremely high intelligence that it could reach the level of the demonic source true body. The person in front of him seemed to be born with the power to suppress it. It was meaningless to resist him at this moment. In the past 2 years, too many demonic sources had been wiped out. Even dozens of participants had died at his hands. It could be seen that a new war had begun. No matter what, it had to survive. Therefore, the 1,000 demonic beast could only answer honestly, cultivators like us can become a different type of living being, called a loose life. Han Fei said with a smile, "Explain." The 1,000 demonic beast said, "Take ants as an example. This is a gregarious group of life. Do you think the ants are the combination of countless lives, or are the countless ants forming a life form?" Before Han Fei said anything, Chao Mingda had said, "Of course it's countless lives." The 1,000 demonic beast replied, "Why can't it be these ants forming a living being? The ant queen is the brain, has consciousness and a powerful soul. The soldier ants are the defense power of this living being. The worker ants are the mouth and the hand. They are used to find food and transmit energy. When the worker ants gathered and transported, it's like your essence. Blood running in your body. Furthermore, worker ants can nurture new young ants, continuously providing a new source of power for this living being." Zhou Run asked, "It still doesn't make sense. If the worker ants are used as a bridge for the transmission of energy, wouldn't their combat power burst out too slowly? It may take a long time for brains and bodies to communicate. If it were a battle between cultivators, it would have been over long ago. The 1,000 demonic beast, so, our final evolution is the demonic source. True body. Joe run. After that, the 1,000 demonic beast said, besides, the transmission of information doesn't necessarily require two entities to come into contact with each other. For example, the perception that everyone has can also be transmitted very quickly. When Hanfei heard this, he couldn't help but be a little horrified. He remembered the first moment he came to the demon domain. At that time, he saw a huge number of demonic plants and demonic creatures below the sea. Establishment realm. Those demonic creatures were actually like the young ants as the 1,000 demonic beast said. When a sea establisher demonic creature died, it's ominous. Power was swallowed by countless demonic creatures, and then centipede demonic creatures came to take it away. Those centipede demonic creatures were equivalent to worker ants, responsible for transporting. And the demonic creatures, with relatively strong attack power or even the sky opening realm demonic creatures he encountered later were equivalent to soldier ants. Their existence was to protect the demonic source. As for the demonic source, it could give orders to these demonic creatures in the sky-opening realm. It was really very similar to an ant swarm. Hanfei keenly noticed it. But unlike the ant swarm, if the ant queen of the ant swarm dies, this ant swarm will be crippled. But you can parasitize those ordinary demonic creatures. The 1,000 demonic beast said, they are parts of my body in the first place. It's not parasitizing. Hanfei was silent for a moment. Therefore, the ants couldn't do without an ant queen, but the land of demonic source could do without a demonic source. Because as long as there was time, a new demonic source would be born and rise again. Furthermore, because the demonic source land was too large and had too many lives, unless he killed all the lives in the entire demonic source land, it was impossible to kill a true demonic source, including this 1,000 demonic beast. If he guessed right, in addition to the true body it revealed here, it must have some bodies scattered in some corners. The reason why it answered Hanfei's question was firstly, because it was sure that Hanfei couldn't do anything to them. Secondly, it wanted Hanfei to let go of a portion of its demonic source true body. In this way, although it would be reduced to an ordinary demonic source again, with a portion of its demonic source true body, it could still quickly grow into a relatively powerful demonic source. After hearing the explanation of the 1,000 demonic beast, Hanfei was very surprised. He thought of a terrifying thing. What if the demonic source true body had proved its Tao? Then, would it mean that the demonic sources that countless participants had killed were actually parts of a monarch level demonic source's body, but they themselves didn't know and thought that they were independent bodies, just like ant queens? Hanfei shivered a little. If that was the case, this loose life form was terrifying. This was like MLM's development way, and could almost develop infinitely. No one knew what level the true demonic source behind the scenes was at. If they didn't completely destroy the entire origin ground, it was probably impossible to exterminate this creature. Gulp. Zhou Run also realized this. They both realized that this was a terrifying life form. It was very likely that the hundreds of thousands of participants fighting crazily in the demon domain to destroy the demonic sources was actually fighting a single living being together. Han Fei even suspected that there were only 2 living beings left in the entire origin ground. One was the world origin, which might have a little bit of origin consciousness. The other was this loose life form. Everything everyone had seen on their way was a part of this loose life form. If that was the case, Han Fei was shocked. Perhaps this origin ground wasn't like the divine capital dynasty said that it didn't have a monarch. It was just that the monarch was too huge. This monarch was the demon domain. It was said that the monarch of the demon domain was killed by Great Monarch East Marshal. What Great Monarch East Marshal killed was probably just a part of the loose life form at the monarch level, like the 1,000 demonic beast. It was equivalent to Great Monarch East Marshal killing the strongest Ant Queen. But in this world, there were still millions of Ant Queens, and they could rise at any time. Now, everyone said that Great Monarch East Marshal treated this as a test, gave the origin ground to the participants to challenge as a benefit, and his goal was just to repay the participants for their hard work in this 100,000-year competition. But was this true? The answer was obviously not. Since Great Monarch East Marshal dared to let so many people in, it meant that the divine capital dynasty was sure that nothing unexpected would happen. Secondly, perhaps he wanted the participants to understand the horror of ominous life. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Why did Great Monarch East Marshal make the participants pay nearly 20% of their casualties to explore such a dangerous origin ground? He was suddenly horrified. Perhaps Great Monarch East Marshal was personally paying attention to the situation in the demon domain. Otherwise, if a large number of demonic sources in the demon domain suddenly sacrificed their ominous power and gathered them together, would it be possible to reshape a monarch-level demonic source true body? Han Fei shook his head. Perhaps he was thinking too much. If these ominous powers could gather at any time, this monarch of the demon domain might have already gathered. As long as he gathered at once, he might be able to become a terrifying monarch. Just as Han Fei was immersed in various guesses about the demon domain, he suddenly heard Wu Bufan say, "Huh. Look at the qualification token. There's a hidden mission on it." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Even Han Fei couldn't help but raise his wrist and extend his perception into the qualification token. Sure enough, a new mission appeared on the qualification token. This mission showed, go deep into the abyssal world of the demon domain and kill the demon spirits. This mission is only for the real strong masters in the late stage of the star transformation realm and the strong masters in and above the peak level late stage star transformation realm. No one else is allowed to participate. If you kill the demon spirit, you will have the right to obtain the world origin. The more demon spirits you kill, the more you will obtain the world origin of the demon domain. Hiss. Everyone around Han Fei gasped. A way to obtain the world origin? At that time, Han Fei felt that everyone, including Zhou Run, couldn't help but breathe heavily. Han Fei had thought that the world origin was to be snatched, and only one person might obtain it. However, who would have expected that the divine capital dynasty would treat this as a reward for a few participants? How tempting was this reward? If a primitive graveyard that had recovered a little bit could give birth to 5 or 6 world origins, then in a place like the demon domain where there were strong demonic creatures everywhere, the Number of world origins would definitely be 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times more. Measured by world origin fruit, Han Fei thought that there were at least hundreds of thousands of world origin fruits that could be produced in the demon domain. Wasn't it terrifying? Who wouldn't be tempted? Zhou Run shouted, "Brother Fei! I'm afraid we're not the only ones who discovered the change in mission." This was because most people would pay attention to the qualification token at any time to check their battle results, mission completion, and so on. Therefore, it was almost inevitable for them to discover that a hidden mission had appeared. Han Fei grinned. It seemed that it was impossible to monopolize the world origin. Even Great Monarch East Marshal might be secretly watching this trial. So at this time, Han Fei couldn't use the power of the Emperor Sparrow, let alone absorb the ominous power. Perhaps the Divine Capital Dynasty was really selecting super talents, which was why they held the 4th round of qualifiers in the demon domain that was both dangerous and had great opportunities. Han Fei said, "It seems that the news of the world origin was probably deliberately revealed by the host of this 100,000-year competition from the beginning. Then, some people will use this news, such as selling it as information." Li Chen asked, "Brother Fei, should we go in now?" Everyone looked at the depths of this canyon. This was very likely an entrance to the abyssal world. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why they had encountered the 1,000 demonic beast, a demonic source true body. On the other side, the 1,000 demonic beast said, "Participant, can you keep your word? Let go of a wisp of my true body." Han Fei grinned. "I've already done it." The 1,000 demonic beast looked puzzled. Even Zhou Run and the others were puzzled. "When did you do it? Why didn't we know?" Han Fei grinned. "I didn't chase the other parts of your body. Isn't that magnanimous enough? As for your current body, well, it's just an ant queen. You can slowly rebuild it later." With that, Han Fei took out the life origin crystal of the 1,000 demonic beast. Kept his word? No, Han Fei would only keep his word to those who deserved it. Unfortunately, the 1,000 demonic beasts that were contaminated by the ominous power were never among them. Chao Mingda and the others were taken aback. What a ruthless man. They all thought that Han Fei would keep his word, but they didn't expect Han Fei to go back on his word without any psychological burden. Only Zhou Run smiled. This was because he knew from the beginning that Han Fei wouldn't release a trace of the power of the demonic source, true body. This was because from the moment he knew Han Fei until now, Han Fei had always shown a ruthless attitude. The only thing that could change Han Fei's attitude was money to deal with. Han Fei, they could only bribe him and pay a high price. Otherwise, if Han Fei's heart could be softened just with flattery, it was impossible for Han Fei to offend the heavenly race. After killing the 1,000 demonic beast, Han Fei fished out the vast ocean navigator again. When the pointer pointed to the depths of the canyon, Han Fei grinned and said, "This is the first battle of the Avengers. Since you made me the leader, I won't disappoint you. Let's go. No matter what the demonic spirit is, kill it." Chao Mingda shouted, "Brother Fei is awesome." Boom. Huff. Wu Bufan puffed on the big pipe. "Brother Fei, I knew it. You're a good leader. Brother Fei, if you point east, I won't go west. Even if I'm shattered by 1,000 demonic beasts like just now, I won't even blink my eyelids." Everyone cast a contemptuous look at Wu Bufan. Do you think we don't know that? You're sucking up to the leader? Deep in the canyon, after going millions of kilometers more, Han Fei and the others encountered a huge fault in the ground. It was like a crack from the abyss, but it was covered by mountains. Since he knew this was the way to the abyssal world, Han Fei naturally didn't hesitate. However, when they entered this abyss, their perception was shackled by a certain power, and the range of perception was extremely small. Half a day later, when Han Fei and the others dove countless kilometers, suddenly, Mu Nan, who had never spoken much, said, "It's an underground sea. And a freshwater sea. I feel a huge amount of water vapor and the power of ice. The water origin here is abnormal. Everyone, pay attention. Underground sea? Mu Nan, what do you mean by the water origin here is abnormal?" Zhou Run asked cautiously. This was because in this group of people, only Mu Nan walked the great Tao of water. Mu Nan cultivated the water technique and was especially sensitive to water. Mu Nan looked solemn. "I don't know. I feel that the water below is full of killing intent." Han Fei said, "We'll be there soon. We're all preparing to unleash our strongest state. Since it's a hidden mission, it means that this mission is very difficult. It's not for ordinary people." Swish swish swish. Following Han Fei's voice, a moment later, everyone's perception range of only 100,000 kilometers finally appeared in this freshwater sea flowing underground. The seawater surged forward at a fast speed and was particularly turbulent. Everyone immediately turned around, preparing to follow the current. As the saying went, water flowed to the bottom. There were two places in the water that were the cores of the water vein. One was the source of the water vein. The other was the end of the water vein, the place where the power of the water vein dissipated. However, the real reason why they chose the direction at the same time was a gray-black shadow. Even though the surrounding water was as cold as a bone-chilling sword, the real chill came from the gray-black shadow. That thing seemed to have targeted Han Fei and the others and revealed some covetous intentions towards them. Buzz. Before Zhou Run and the others moved, Han Fei stepped within a kilometer of the demonic shadow, and some information instantly appeared. Name: Demon Spirit. Introduction: a soul creature living in the dark demon domain. After an invisible soul body swallows the ominous power, it slowly forms a demon spirit. By devouring the souls of other creatures such as the demonic source, the demon spirit has relatively high intelligence and a unique evolutionary form. Being parasitized by a demon spirit is equivalent to being possessed. It may replace and become you. The demon spirit can only be suppressed and killed with the soul power. It can't be defeated by ordinary means. Deal with it with care. Level greater than 108. Quality rare. Realm sky opening. Ominous soul contained 2018 wisps. Battle technique: soul sacrifice, soul entangling, soul poison parasitizing, soul eating. Collectible: pure soul, world origin. Absorbable. Note: in the world contaminated by the ominous, no creature is innocent. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw the information. Good Lord, are you implying that this thing is equivalent to a young soul? If he could only fight with his soul body, he might not be a match for this thing at all if he didn't know a soul technique. The demon spirit seemed to have noticed Han Fei and the others, so it waited here. However, Han Fei appeared 1,000 meters away, without any hesitation. This made the demon spirit think that this person was probably a fool, so he immediately used a soul technique. Han Fei immediately felt a soul power entwine over. This power was mysterious. More like a great Tao descending on him. Soul entangling technique? Han Fei seemed to have guessed the demonic spirit's means, but in the next moment, Han Fei felt the demon purification pot move. At first, he felt that his soul was about to be forcibly extracted, but in the next second, the demon purification pot annihilated the strange power that was about to absorb his soul. Han Fei sneered. Go to hell. Han Fei's fists were wrapped in divine brilliance as he threw out thousands of punches in an instant. This demonic spirit didn't seem to think that ordinary fist marks could affect him at all and didn't care. However, in the next moment, everyone heard a painful roar from the soul level. It could be known that Han Fei was attacking with his young soul. 1,000 punches were enough to destroy the soul of this demonic spirit. How could this demon spirit know that a random person he met was a freak who cultivated both the body and the soul? Furthermore, the other party had already cultivated a young soul and could destroy his soul easily. When the demon spirit was destroyed, Han Fei felt a blue aura being absorbed into the demon purification pot. At the same time, a light green halo fell on him. Han Fei was suddenly refreshed. He felt that his soul seemed to have increased a little bit. Although it wasn't much, this feeling was quite wonderful, just like he had cultivated some soul power.